little new jazz for you. Was hoping along the way that we would get some more of that taken care of, but my composer seems to have fallen off the face of the planet. So my composer is 20 days late on an order, which doesn't make me happy, and I don't want to lose that particular composer, but I have X amount of money dedicated to getting the jazz tracks that we have lined out publication, and I already have all the artwork and everything. I already have the album cover. This cat is already determined to irritate me this morning. So yeah, I want to get that album pushed. That album was supposed to already be live, and I still need to get 4 to 8 more tracks made. I wanted to give that composer all of the work, but it doesn't look like they are gonna rise to the challenge. I get it. They told me that they had exams. They were supposed to deliver the first 4 tracks like the first week of the month, and it's now the last week of the month. So, not a good time there. Uh-oh. Don't know why it does that. So, with that said, starting with a boss fight this morning. Never the way you want to do it. Never the way you want to. And you never want to end your show. You never ever want to end your show on a boss fight. But as you know, I want to say thank you to Dark Paladin and Fei Lin. I haven't done high school chemistry in 2 decades, and my daughter was having a problem with her chem on Monday, and so family first, family always. I left the show on time to help my daughter. They both wrote out really great examples for my kid. After the next couple of hours, I remembered how to do what was going on there. But chemistry is not something I've used since high school. When dinosaurs roamed the earth, although Grumpy Old Man was there the day the dinosaurs got introduced to the planet, so I came along a little after that. So, thank you to the community. That's kind of what I'm building here. I'm building a community, so if somebody says, oh hey, I have a problem with this, they can get help, or help for their kids, because man, you made the dinos, that's right. The instructions the teacher had left wouldn't have been enough for me to work that stuff out. So yeah, also V-Man is gonna get really mad. We have won our 7th PvP tournament prize package for Stream Raiders. We've won 7. And if you think about that, that's pretty impressive considering we didn't participate in 6 of the tournaments last year. This time, though, we didn't win swag, we didn't win cash. We won Stream Raiders gift codes, skin gift codes. So on Sunday, I'll be Saturday. Saturday we have PvP. I should be the show should be back. I shouldn't have to be out of steampunk. You know, I should be doing my thing. Today I'm going to be working on making sure everything on the show works. And right now it looks like something's not working because I am not seeing you all's chat, so I can't. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make sure these little add-ons I've added into the show work, and right now it's not showing me on the dock. It's not showing me your guys' chat. So that we're trying to. I'm not wearing a top hat today. I'm trying to make sure we get these bits and pieces fixed. I do also want to apologize. Monday's show had to be deleted mid-show. One of my bad habits is that I will flip screens as soon as somebody asks me for help. And so, somebody pinged me and asked me for help during the show. Yeah, I don't know why that's not. That's not working. Let me try it this way. So what happened was somebody asked me for something. I flipped over. I flashed something on the screen that didn't need to be made public knowledge. So I had to take down Monday show. Yeah, I can't log in to feature chat this morning. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. And so now, if all this works, there we go. This is the feature that I want. This is one of the 2 features I've added to my OBS so that when I want to grab something out of chat, I can do that. But I don't know why it doesn't grab. It grabs from there. So still a couple of bits and pieces with these yeah, it shows up there, but it doesn't show up here. So I can take off ticker. So could there be a marketplace for rare breeds of animals just not breed and using? Why is that not working either? Okay, let me get rid of this. I don't need this. Could there be a marketplace for rare breeds of animals just for breeding and not using? Yes. Yes, there absolutely could be. What that would be is that would be a scenario where you would keep your animal husbandry processed tames. See, we don't have all the information on animal husbandry yet. We know that taming is going to occur. You're going to have to go out into the wilds and you're going to have to run into mobs that you want to tame. You're going to tame them. That's the gathering part of that's the gathering leg of the artisan system for taming animal husbandry and then breeding. It doesn't make sense to me that the artisan system would be only 2 legs, although it could be only 2 legs. Also, nothing says every single item needs to go through the processing leg. This is why it's a little rough with the artisan system information that we have at the moment, because I refuse to believe that alchemy will never use unprocessed herbs. I refuse to believe that cooking will never use unprocessed ingredients. Now, do you want to add a leg into processing for the sake of adding it? Like, you know, grinding, food preparation, food processor 9000. I don't know if you want to do that. I don't know if that is the answer, but it does sort of break your 3-step process if every gathered item doesn't have to be processed before it can be used in a crafting profession. So I can't really say how animal husbandry is going to work, but yes, there would definitely be a marketplace for rare breeds of animals just for breeding, not for using as mounts. Absolutely. Wow, the cat threw up so much dander. But yeah, absolutely. You could sell breedable mounts and have a market for that without a doubt. How does one choose what combat pet they can summon? Do you get them as drops? Are they animals you tame in the wild? Or does everyone get a selection to choose from? You can tame them and raise them yourself. You can buy somebody else's hard work. But you don't get an automatic battle pet. No, because remember, battle pets are not additive to your power. Steven doesn't want battle pets to become you must have one. Like pretty much every game in the universe that has battle pets, if you don't have one, you're at a disadvantage. Steven wants you to have to make the decision. I added a battle pet, so I lose personal combat power, but I gain utility. You might get one from a quest, you might, but not a good one. I mean, again, you gotta be careful saying not a good one, because sometimes a quest reward is exactly the thing you need. For example, in Arcage, everybody on the Harani side made the trek over to the Nuian side to get a wolf, because the wolf was better than the cat, except for archers. Everybody made the trip over to Villanelle to get a cat if they were an archer, because the battle cat had the ability to apply a scratch. Zetrix, again, I'm going to correct you. Not the best then. Again, that is incorrect, and you shouldn't say that. You don't know what somebody's build would say. You need to get out of these mentalities where you say, we might get something, but it might not be good. That's your opinion. Keep your opinion to yourself, because this is a show of theory, but you're trying to say that nobody could ever get the best in slot battle pet from a quest, and you don't know that. Like I was just explaining, even though many more battle pets became available in Arcage, archers kept the battle cat on their bar, even if it died really quickly. If you got one scratch with your cat for one bleed, that was one, you could pretty much combo somebody out. So be very careful when you say not the best, because there is no singular best in Ashes of Creation. There's best for you. If there is a battle pet that gives there never is. You're right, but you said not the best, but you didn't put the qualifier on it. Not the best for everyone. If there was a battle pet that gave me a 7-second boost to my healing output, I'd keep that on my bar. 7% to my healing output, I'll definitely take that. I hope they don't do obligatory quests too much though. Why would it be obligatory? Because battle pets aren't required. When you summon a battle pet, you lose combat efficiency. You go from 100 to 90 because you put 10% of your combat power into the battle pet. If they do it that way, it's never mandatory that you get a battle pet. Some people will say, no, I don't want the utility. Some people will say they do. What we're going to do is we're going to flip over here. And we're going to... Well, you already know they're not doing obligatory quests. So, you already know that. Is it a battle pet or a combat pet? They're the same. Those two changes, battle pet and combat pet, are battle and combat are interchangeable. Uh-oh. I think my coffee is here. Coffee! Do stupid things more quickly. So, you didn't know that there's not obligatory quests? Okay. Well then, let me remind everybody, in Ashes of Creation, there are no obligatory quests. There are no, you need to go do this quest. That doesn't exist in Ashes. Why are you not zooming in the way? Oh, because you aren't the right one. There we go. Like, why aren't you working right? Because you aren't the right overlay. So, for those of us just now purchasing Voyager Plus pre-order packs, when and how will we gain access to Alpha 2? Now, the Ashes of Creation community has been showing me Battle pets tend to fight other battle pets. Combat pets tend to fight with you. No, that's incorrect to say. Only one game have I ever seen battle pets fight other battle pets, and that's WoW. In no other game have those two terms not just been used interchangeably. So if you're a WoW player, battle pet means something to you, but as you venture out of your game and into MMORPGs in general, realize you can use whatever phrases, whatever terms you want, but those aren't used by everybody else. I hope Ashes have that. Battle pet fights, probably not at launch. Probably not at launch, but that would probably be something that, well, let me back that up for a second. Probably not implemented at launch, and if it's not thought about at launch, probably won't ever happen, nor should it, because MMORPGs suffer greatly when somebody comes along 2 years later and says, oh, I have this really great idea that should have been implemented at launch. You don't have to execute every plan at launch. However, you do need to, like, if you're going to have a collectible card game like Final Fantasy XIV has, then you need to think about that at the very beginning of the game and say, okay, we're not implementing it, but we're going to implement the 5% of it we need to put in at launch. The problem is there are a ton of places in Final Fantasy XIV that you should be getting cards for their collectible card game, but you don't, because they didn't think of the card game. They didn't think of the card game until years in. WoW and the battle pet thing. The battle pet thing was interesting. However, I don't think it was well implemented. Yeah, I deleted your comment. I didn't want it to be shown. It's that simple. Because Google doesn't have definitions. Google isn't a dictionary. You did a Google search, you got a definition. Not everybody's going to get the same one. That's why if you're going to give a definition on the show, give a definition from a dictionary. Don't say I Googled it. Because everybody's Google is going to return different results. Not everybody uses Google. So Google doesn't have a definition. It's not a dictionary. For those of us purchasing the Voyager Plus pre-order packs, when and how will we gain access to Alpha 2? So this is one thing that I don't understand Intrepid. Intrepid Studios has like one of the hottest products in the MMORPG space right now. They spend a ton of their time marketing. Well, let me back that up. No, they don't. They spend a ton of their time advertising. Intrepid spends a ton of time advertising because they spend a ton of time trying to sell you a product. And I know I sound like a broken record, but for a company that says we're financially stable, we don't need any financial support, the CEO and the president of the company have enough resources that they can see the product through to the end. That's great, but I don't believe you anymore. And I don't believe you anymore because you spend so much time, your marketing lead spends so much time trying to reach into my pocket and take my money that these two things do not line up. And that, if you do have a community marketing lead, I want to remind people that marketing is every bit of contact your company has with the outside world. Every bit of contact. People were under the assumption, and somebody asked me the question, and I started explaining it. And then it's always interesting when you're trying to explain something to somebody, and the person's not really interested in an explanation. The person just wants to wait until you've said about 20 words so they can catch you, and then they can start taking apart your argument. I want to remind people that that's not, yeah, that'll do. So this is how this game is played, right? So this outer box here, this is marketing. This is marketing, right? This is marketing. Inside this box of marketing, this is advertising. Inside this box of marketing, this is public relations. Or your company can have it set up where public relations is its own box. I don't subscribe to that model because I subscribe to the model that marketing is every bit of contact your company has with the outside world. Public relations has its own specialized set of objectives. It's a strategy. It's got its own objectives. So you have your own specialized tactics. Advertising is meant to get you to open your wallet and convert. Marketing is every other and then. Get you to sign up for a mailing list, get you to return your warranty card, get you to sign up to an emailer, whatever it is. The problem is that when you're marketing vision statement, your marketing mission statement is different than your advertising mission statement, that's different than your public relations mission statement. It lets me know that nobody has actually nobody's in charge of all these ducks. These ducks are just walking around all doing their own thing, and that's bad. Because like I've said many, many times, you've got the owner of the company who goes on an interview and says, John and I can afford to shoulder the burden of the financial responsibility to get this product to launch. Okay. And then the community marketing lead on the Friday live stream will probably mention the cosmetics changing out 4 times. Well, why are you trying to make sales, right? So when we go back to, for those of us now purchasing the Voyager Plus pre-order packs, when and how will we gain access to the Alpha 2? Well, why doesn't your store appropriately reflect a message so people know what they're buying? Your store doesn't do that. Your store is confusing. So why doesn't your store, let me see real quick what the store actually says right now. But I'll have to log out to do that because I won't have the packs. Oh, I will. I don't have to log out. So Voyager Plus pre-order pack. Oh, hold on. Oh, this item is in your cart. Well, it needs to get out of my cart. So, why can I not do that to this? Why can I not grab this that way? That would have been really helpful. So when you go into their website, this is all the text you get, right? This is all the text you get. Access to future Alpha 2 test phase, access to future Beta 1, access to future Beta 2. Why is there not some more verbiage here? Why is there not some more, definitions? Why is there not a blurb about we don't have a projected timeline for when Alpha 2 is going to be up? See, what Intrepid Studios has done is they've gotten a lot of people to buy into Alpha 2. They've gotten a lot of people to buy Founders Packs. But they haven't really told people, what they have, what they own, when they're going to be able to use it. So, I think that they might want to shore that up a little bit. They might want to maybe address the fact that people are confused. And unless they believe people aren't confused, which would be fine. Also, I'd like to point out that it is now Wednesday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It is now 6 days after Michael Bacon left the company, and he's still appearing on their website. These are the things that bother me on a procedural level, because how do you not have Michael Bacon taken off? Like, the man's already changed his LinkedIn. So at this point, it's getting it's getting to the point where almost someone's going to make the accusation of you being disingenuous. You're showing somebody who doesn't actually work at your company. Should we post a post on the dev discussion asking if Michael Bacon is still on the team since he's still listed as a team lead on the website? You know, I'm not trying to be a dick when I say this, but these are the things that these are the things that show me that Intrepid's priorities aren't in the right places. You're gonna tell me 15 times this week about the live stream, but you don't even have your own staff page updated. Put your priorities in order. And then the problem is I get, you know, people get mad at me. They're like, you're so mean to Intrepid. Well, do your job. You don't want me to be mean to you? Pretty please with sugar on top. Do your job. The fact that marketing said remember to like and sub tells me they must need that little bit of extra money. That with them shoving cosmetics down their throat. No, I don't think it's... No, I think the problem is when you have a Twitch partner who's a content creator in charge of your marketing department, that, first of all, that's not... That in and of itself becomes a really convoluted mess, because if you're a Twitch partner, then you already have the capabilities of an influencer relations specialist. Then why do you need to bring on an influencer relations specialist before you can open the content creator program? And you know, I believe that that a startup company should be streamlined and everybody should be wearing multiple hats. If the boss of the company is wearing about 15 hats, everybody else should be wearing 15 hats. I have no idea why we need 2 community managers plus a community marketing lead. At this point, I don't know why we need so much community management, because they have never posted Steven's interview with MMORPG.com to the Discord. Unless I missed it, but I've been waiting for it. How do you not post your bosses? How do you not post that interview? How do you not send your own community? How many people are on that Discord? 21,000 people are live on that Discord. How do you not send people to that interview? I mean, maybe it's just, shut up, Jay, what do you know? As long as they say future, they can do the Alpha 2 and betas anytime they want because there's no promised time. You're right. But when they don't put a blurb there telling you anything, there's nothing there. How do you expect customers to know what's going on? And it's not like they can turn around and say, oh, well, the people are all, nobody's confused, because there's a person right there asking, for those of us purchasing the Voyager Plus 1 packs, when and how will we gain access to the Alpha 2? The blurb has to say when it's time for Alpha 2. Like, this is legitimately voice of the customer. This is VOC right here. This is voice of the customer. Your website does not adequately answer this question. I know it doesn't adequately answer this question because we field this question almost daily on the Discord. Why does it not say in this little blurb, access, in addition to cosmetic items at the time that you'll be entitled to purchase? See, here's what pisses me off. They don't put any blurb in how the access to future testing will work, but look at that. In addition to the cosmetic items granted with the Voyager Plus pre-order pack at the time of purchase, you will also be entitled to purchase future monthly cosmetics as an add-on. Pre-order cosmetics are only available during the month they are featured. In order to own a pre-order pack cosmetic, you must either purchase the pre-order pack during the month the cosmetic is featured, or have purchased that level pack or higher in a previous month in order to buy cosmetics as an add-on. Kickstarter and summer backers will always be able to purchase pre-order cosmetics as an add-on. So yeah, well, first of all, why is name reservation in bold? That's a defect. That's a defect. Why is it that you are adequately specific on how you put 2 paragraphs of how you're going to be able to buy more stuff, but there's not one line about how the people will get access to testing? Star. At the start of Alpha 2 testing, everybody will be sent an email. You do not need a key. Your account is automatically flagged for access. So when you tell me, when Steven goes on the MMORPG interview and he talks about how John and him can shoulder the financial burden, but then your own cash shop is fucked up and how you're presenting information. Remember, it's a website. They aren't limited. They aren't paying 20 cents a word here. They could put in extra blurbs, but no, maybe it's because of all the Alpha 1 late postpones. They gave a bad look, so they're staying with the future. Dark Raynor, I'm not saying give a date. Have I ever said give a date? You're saying that it's okay to say the future. It's okay to say the future. I've never said to give a date. I've said explain how people are going to get invited to the test to answer this person's question. This person isn't even asking for a date. When and how will we gain access to Alpha 2? The person is asking a procedure question. There are people who think that they're going to get a key sent to them that they can. You don't need a key. So why is it that after 2 years of the community marketing lead being in, 3 website revisions, the website's still horrible? The website is still bad. And then, like Threather said, why is name reservation bolded? There is no reason out of all the things on this page to be bolded. Name reservation is bolded. This is somebody not QCing work. Now, ultimately, here's what's going to happen. You know who owns this fuck up? Steven owns this fuck up. You know who should step up to take responsibility for this fuck up? Margaret should step up and take responsibility for this fuck up. But because then Margaret should go stand on somebody's desk and say, "You're fucking up." Why is our website? Why is this bolded? Now the text underneath that's Margaret's. She wrote it. She's the community marketing lead. She's claimed several times she's been the person driving the changes to the website. So she owns the website, right? That's her baby. She has said it many times. So fix it. Stop telling me about the 97,000 awesome projects you're going to do. Stop designing cosmetics because you don't have time to do that. Stop telling me that your content creator program has been closed for almost a year now because you were waiting to hire an influencer relations specialist, which I would love to sit down for coffee with Steven and say, "Steven, bro, this idea is a bad idea." So even if she's the editor and not the author, she is still responsible if she signed off on it. And how much like an editor is responsible for things they sign off on? Yeah, you're responsible for it. It falls into your area of responsibility. Is it marketing? Yes. Is it an outward facing message from the company to the world? Yes. It's the community marketing lead's fault, but it's not my fault. No, it's your fault. You may not, I'm not saying it's your fault, but I'm saying I'm going to blame you because it's your area of responsibility. Back to class, have fun in class. So yes, I absolutely think they need to address this. They need to let people know when and how they will gain access to Alpha 2. Not the date they're going to get Alpha 2. That's not what this person is asking. When and how will we gain access? You're going to send me a key. You're going to send me an invite. You're going to make it public. Just tell me how that's going to work. Oh no, Tamir's sick again. Not good. Trade skill question. Will a casual gamer, or say someone who decides to try Ashes of Creation a year or so after its release, be able to compete on the endgame trade skill stage? Or will they forever be stuck behind the wall of the player who was able to start on day one and play 16 hours a day for weeks on end? For trade skilling to be truly viable, there has to be continuous strong demand for crafted goods all the way up the crafting experience tree. And there has to be that possibility of becoming the best, even if you're late to the show. What's up, Wolfus? First of all, I want to correct a statement here. No, there doesn't. No, there doesn't. There is nothing special about trade skilling that supersedes adventuring classes. What I mean by that is You don't expect to show up to the game a year later and within a short period of time become the best geared, best player, best in PvP. You just simply, I mean, there are, I'm sure, people out there that do think that, but that's silly and foolish. You're not going to show up to a game that's been launched for a year and within a month be the top of the food chain. You're not going to become the apex predator, because you're going to have to go through all the vertical progression, all the gearing cycle, all the horizontal progression, and inside the horizontal progression, there's vertical progression. Now, with that said, as long as Intrepid can keep low-level items relevant, then what the person is talking about actually exists. It means when a game doesn't keep low-level items relevant, when the blue flower that makes the blue dye, that makes the blue powder, that goes into the black powder, isn't done that way, then that means that at launch, the blue flower is worth a gold, the blue dye is worth a gold 50, and the blue powder is worth 2 gold. But then when nobody else needs the blue powder anymore, then the blue flower becomes 1 copper, because gatherers have to take whatever they can get. If you keep all low-level items relevant, then the value of that blue flower actually will go up as there's less gatherers. So it drives a market, it drives supply and demand, which keeps the price player driven. You might have discussed this, but do you think that Michael Bacon leaving Intrepid is very bad for Ashes of Creation? No, I don't. I don't think any individual person short of Steven leaving Intrepid Studios is bad for Intrepid Studios. There's been 25 staff members that have left. It's like, I saw somebody make a video about 3 key senior positions leave Ashes of Creation, and they make this big deal about it. Let me folks, Sarah Flanagan is an amazing human being. Lieutenant Toast is an amazing community manager. But let me be quite honest. A community manager leaving while a game is in development doesn't mean shit all. Toast was the 2nd senior community manager that left Intrepid Studios, was the 3rd member of the community management team that left Intrepid Studios. In California, in the video game industry, 2 years in a position, once you have somebody on your team for 2 years, you start assuming they're getting ready to leave. Everybody is freaking the hell out that Bacon left. Bacon told us why he left. It had more to do with his personal life than it had to do with anything going on at Intrepid. Bacon was a lead. He had a death in a family. He was commuting 2 hours a day, 1 hour each way, right? Because San Diego traffic is like stellar, right? He wasn't able to leave the job at the job. He was a lead. He was thinking about it on the weekends. He was thinking about it at night. Bacon went to Amazon Game Studios. He got offered more money for less job responsibilities, for 20% less dedication to the job on the job, and then he didn't have to carry around all the lead stuff with him. Bacon's also been at Intrepid for 5 years. 5 years, 8 months, I think. He laid out the art direction. There is no, the sky is falling because Bacon left. Is Bacon going to be missed? Absolutely, Bacon will be missed. Was Bacon one of the reasons why when I first saw the Ashes of Creation project years and years and years ago, I knew Michael Bacon's name. I knew his name all the way back from Duke Nukem. So when I saw that they had Bacon on the project, I was like, oh, good stuff. People are going to come and people are going to go. People are like, oh, well, Jeff left. Okay, Jeff left. Jeffrey Bard, great guy. Jeffrey Bard, great guy. Right fit for the right project at the right time. Would have never gotten the job if Intrepid Studios had been a AAA company and this was their second MMORPG. Jeffrey Bard would have never been the lead game designer if Intrepid was a AAA studio with one successful title under their belt. Jeffrey Bard was the right person for a lot of reasons. One of the biggest reasons was being able to crawl, walk, crawl and walk Steven into the creative director role. It's also why somebody said they should bring in Jeff Kaplan. They should bring in like Mike Morhaime if they could get him to leave Dreamhaven, which he wouldn't leave Dreamhaven. But if they could bring in Jeff Kaplan, everyone's like, they should bring in Jeff Kaplan. And I say Jeff Kaplan is the absolute worst person to bring in for the new lead game designer on Ashes of Creation. Jeff Kaplan, amazing game designer. Jeff Kaplan, I'm going to give him an A rating as a manager. Gonna give him an F rating as a leader, but I'll give him an A rating as a manager. But he's the wrong person to come in because he's too experienced. He's gonna want to come in. He's gonna want to be a hard charger. He's gonna want to get the project done. He's not going to want to have to crawl, walk, run Steven up to his level. You need somebody with about 10 years experience now to come in to Intrepid Studios, because Steven's got to learn a lot of things. That's why I personally think, and I did a video on this, I don't think they should bring in a lead game designer. I think Steven just needs to transition to the lead game designer because he basically makes all the decisions anyway, and they need to bring in a couple of assistant game designers to plug the capability gaps that Steven doesn't have. If they do that, then Steven continues to have on-site, in-house, basically mentors, basically educators. And this is a tried and true method. Everybody in the military knows this is how this happens. If you're an E6 or an E7 or an E8, you're constantly in a you're constantly in a shop where you're getting brand new O1s and O2s. A lot of E7s and E8s don't like getting O1s and O2s until their commander, who's usually an O5, sits them down and says, this is part of your job. As a top NCO, your job is to organize, train, and equip, and not just the enlisted. I need you to organize, train, and equip my young officers because you have the 15, 20, 22, 23 years of experience. That's what Steven needs right now. Steven needs to bring in a couple of people who with 10, maybe 12 years experience and say, help me be a game designer. Help me, watch me as I do what I do and tell me what I'm doing wrong. And then you hire, that's the capability you're hiring them for. Like we make the joke here, all the military people in the show, we make the joke. Steven needs to hire a command sergeant. Like somebody to just walk around and be like, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I hate the way that works. Maybe if you start being a genius, you can achieve some things a bit faster, though. Sure. But even being a genius, you need time to fail. You learn more from your failures than you do from your successes. I'm looking forward to seeing what projects Bacon will pursue next. I don't think you're going to see Bacon's name on a project for a while. I don't think they brought Bacon on for New World. Bacon, I think he's on one of those other projects. But again, Bacon isn't there as a lead. So Bacon's vision will be seen in Ashes of Creation. Bacon's vision won't be seen in the next game he's working on because he's not designing the vision, he's executing somebody else's. Yeah, people always want a storied vet with decades of experience under the belt who can just point and say, do the thing, but there's value in growing together. Yes. Maybe the survival game they are releasing. What survival game that New World is releasing? Blizzard just announced a new survival game. Amazon Game Studios doesn't have a survival game. Amazon Game Studios' survival game is called New World. That's what happened to that. Sometimes I feel lucky that the streamer isn't inside game creation, only influencer. Well, I am inside Toxic Ape. I am inside game creation. It's what I do when I'm not streaming. I consult with people. I was hoping I'd see Bacon and Schmedley collab on a project. Guess not. Why would you want to see Bacon and Schmedley collab on a project? I would say this to John Schmedley's face. It's time for you to get out of MMORPGs because you are the man with the reverse Midas touch. Every gold brick that John Schmedley touches turns to shit. Sony Online Entertainment, specifically Star Wars Galaxies. How if you are this good, are you at a company and all the other studios in your company, their projects are failing. You have no leadership skills, because a leader doesn't let any part of the organization they are a part of flounder and fail. If he was that good, he should be mentoring the other studio leads and being like, wow, man, you got some problems. Like, I've never been in an organization where somebody who's higher up the food chain allows the people around them to fail. I'm not saying that there's not going to be people who fail, because there are people who snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. You give them all the right mentorship, you give them all the right, you know, this is what you need to do, and they still fall on their face. But anyway, for trade skilling to be truly viable, there has to be continuous strong demand for crafted goods all the way up and all the way down the crafting experience tree. This is true. However, people need to stop trying to compete with the 16-hour-a-day player. If I can play 16 hours a day and you can play 4 hours a day, I'm going to stay 3 times ahead of you. Now, you'll notice I didn't say 4 times ahead of you, because if you come in and you hard charge for 4 hours a day, you're probably going to cut some of the lead off. However, you're not going to make up 16 hours of time in 4 hours if the 16-hour-a-day player is actually genuinely driven. Nor should you be able to. That is one feature you have to accept in MMORPGs, and it's people don't like it, but you have to accept it. Playtime equals power. If I have more time to play, then I'm gonna get further ahead than you. What did Schmedley do that's so bad? Oh man, you need to just look up Schmedley and Star Wars Galaxies and see all the horrible decisions that were executed when he was in charge. No one should want to come along and speed up Ashes of Creation. We should want Ashes of Creation to be made right, no matter how long it takes. No, we shouldn't. No, we absolutely shouldn't. That's what the goal is and should be. No, that's a horrible goal. We have so many MMOs and a few that what we truly want out of the genre. This project is slowly but surely warming towards what we want. I'm willing to for an MMO done right. No, you don't want. So let me address that. Let me address that one right off the bat. Ready? This is absolutely 100% incorrect. No one should want someone to come along and speed up Ashes of Creation. Yes, you should. Project TL is going to come out. ArcH 2 is going to come out. Other companies have MMORPGs in development. They're going to come out. None of those companies are a single death stroke threat. Well, ArcH 2 is a huge threat to Ashes of Creation. The problem is people are already abandoning their investment into Ashes. The reason why is Ashes has been in development. Their Kickstarter was in 2017. Okay? Yeah, if they don't speed up, they will end. Yeah, and I'm sure you're gonna come. ArcH is a huge threat. Dude, stop. I'm gonna shut you down right there. ArcH 2 is a huge threat. ArcH 2 is a huge threat to Ashes of Creation because Jake Song wants to leave a legacy game. Jake Song is designing the game that he will forever be known for. Because he doesn't like the last 2 projects of his being failures. Jake Song was the Lineage 2 guy. And now people are like, yeah, but you're behind the failed Civilization Online. You're behind ArcH. Let's be honest for a second. Let's just be straight, no bullshit. Intrepid Studios cannot go head-to-head with XL Games. If XL Games is making a game similar to Ashes of Creation, Intrepid Studios loses. Because Steven doesn't have the design chops that Jake Song has. Steven doesn't have 300 developers. Steven doesn't have any published titles under his belt. Everything Intrepid builds is new. So when you dismiss ArcH as a threat to Ashes of Creation, then you're choosing to be a White Knight fanboy, or you're choosing to be toxic towards ArcH. ArcH's problem was not its game design. ArcAge's problem was its pay-to-win design. Keeping in mind that Asian players don't view that pay-to-win model as bad. See, what the Western audience says is the Western audience wants box price with a sub. We want no cash shop. That's what we want as a Western audience. In Korea, they don't want a box price. They don't want a mandatory monthly sub. They want that pay-to-win flavor. That they want that. That is, yes, I want that. Where you say to that to a Westerner and you're like, nah, how can anybody want that? Well, it's like, how do British people put vinegar on their chips and then fries? How do they put vinegar on their fries? Okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and do this for you. I'm going to go ahead and remove the insanity, because if you're going to say that's my opinion without arguments, then you don't get to say that on my show. You don't get to post bullshit on my show. Is if you just want to say that's my opinion without arguments, then no, you go say that somewhere else. You go somewhere else to say it, because you're wrong. You're absolutely 100% wrong. You can't turn around and say a game that at one point had 660,000 active players isn't a threat to Ashes of Creation, because video games are no longer dealing with trying to compete for millions. At 1 million, you're a huge success. So with that said, Ashes of Creation does need to speed up, but they need to speed up appropriately. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Intrepid needs to start making some serious decisions so that they can stop dicking around and being stuck in this loop on combat. Back in 2017, Steven had a vision, a mission, an ideal. He knew exactly what he wanted. And that ideal, that what he wanted was...
A tab targeted ability is something that you must have a target for. So in order to utilize the skill, you must have a target for the skill. That's I believe, what a tab target definition is. An action-oriented skill is anything that can be utilized through placement of the player, whether that be placement on a reticle, placement on a ground, templated directional placement. Those I consider skill-based action skills.
New World had 1 million+ players for 1 month. No, they didn't. They never broke the 1 million concurrent player mark. So with that said, yes, Intrepid Studios does need, they do need to speed up. Now, speed up and rush are two different words. Yes, they did 1.6 million. No, they didn't, Toxicape. They did not. They never had 1.6 million concurrent players. They never had 1.6 million concurrent players. I don't know why. Like, you it's not like it's your first day on the show, man. Not like it's your first day on the show. New World had 913,000 concurrent players. So, number one, you didn't want to have a discussion with facts, and now you tried to bring facts and you're wrong. They had 913,000 concurrent players. They never had 1.6 million concurrent. So, the number of 1.6 to 2.4 that you're probably trying to reference is my number, where you try to figure out how many units you sold. But the number of concurrent players they had was never higher than 913,000. You can go verify that yourself on Steam stats, because the only way to play New World was via their own launcher. Google lying then. Okay, for the second time during the show, if you Google shit and you bring shit to me that you Googled, number one, I'm gonna laugh at you. Okay? Number one, I'm gonna laugh at you. Don't Google an answer and then bring it to me. At least have the decency to vet your own sources. Google is a way to find something. Google is the entry point to the rabbit hole. You Google something, then you actually have to click the link. It's like all the people who come in here and they give me the MMORPG population stuff, right? And then I'm like, I have to discredit that. And I'm like, that number is based on Reddit posts and forum posts. So, A lot of Asians pay to play in a computer in a gaming cafe and not want to pay a sub on top of that. They want free to play with pay to win. Yes. Also, because in gaming cafes oftentimes work deals with the game developers in Korea so that if you play for 20 hours in a gaming cafe, you get X box or you get X reward. So, good question though. But here's the thing. Intrepid has about 900 hills that Steven wants to die on. Steven needs to really narrow that down to Steven needs to just abandon hybrid combat with the action flavor. It needs to go to tab enhanced. They need to just develop the game, tab enhanced. And they need to move because they need to get all these other systems. When people say, when Steven says stuff like, we have enough funding to fund for, to see the project through to completion. Okay. But at the end of the day, you still have to make a product that's going to give you a return on investment. Otherwise you've thrown your personal resources. What do you mean with tab enhanced combat? Tab enhanced, World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14. Some abilities require a tab lock target, some are ground reticles, some are frontal cones, some are off-center AoEs. I'm glad to hear that there is need for Ash's creation to pick up the pace. What do you believe is needing to happen to get things going besides combat? Well, combat is the big one. You cannot have combat all the way back on your first go around design and prototype, and then every other system that's tied, pretty much 9 out of every 10 systems in Ashes of Creation are tied to combat. There's some work that Intrepid can do without knowing the combat answer. But the truth is, see, all the PvP is tied to combat. You cannot work on the PvP until you know what kind of combat you're going to have. I'm not actually 100% sure if you can finish your engineering until you know what kind of combat you're going to have. Can't work on the character, can't finalize the character creator till you know what kind of combat you're going to have. Can't design the PvE events until you know what kind of combat you're going to have. Can't finish working on the castle sieges. No, not Guild Wars 2 combat. Guild Wars 2 combat has an action camera, so that's not tab enhanced. You can't turn around and decide if this castle is going to be... I don't think this castle works for the sieges at all, but until you know the combat decision, you can't finalize the number of people in a fight decision. Can't work on crafting because you don't know how combat's going to work, so you don't know what stats are going to be there. So, again, you can lay out the very broadest of thoughts, but you can't work on crafting until you know how many different stats you're going to have. So if you can't work on crafting, you can't work on processing, you can't work on gathering. So all of these systems are at a standstill because you're trying to figure out combat. Well, you're 5 years into development. Okay? You're 5 years into development, and conservatively speaking, you have another 3 years in development to go. 3 years from now puts you in 2025. Puts you head to head with ArcAge 2. If ArcAge 2 comes out before Ashes is in serious trouble. Because Ashes how do you turn around and say Ashes is kind of the spiritual successor to Lineage 2 and ArcAge 2 when ArcAge 2 will come out and be like, hold up, we're actually the spiritual successor to Lineage 2 because, ta-da, our guy that designed the game designed Lineage 2. Ashes of Creation was a great game in theory if it was going to drop in between, well, as it should have, because it's when they said it was, before 2020. Or they were going to launch in 2023, 2024. That's assuming ArcAge 2 isn't the same shit show that was ArcAge, except I don't believe ArcAge 2 will be. Because again, number one, stop calling ArcAge a shit show. Stop that. Stop it. Because you're dismissing a really good game due to its monetization strategy. that monetization strategy that kept ArcAge a top 15 game in Korea until last year. That's what people don't realize. In the market it was designed for, ArcAge did incredibly well time and time and time again. You know who fucked up ArcAge? Tryon, Gamigo, and unfortunately now Kakao. Kakao fucked it up, and Kakao are the owners. Hopefully they learned a lot of lessons. Yeah, ArcAge was very much mismanaged. The problem people have, gamers want to just say a game sucks. They don't want to say why it sucks or who. They just want to say, I'm writing off the game. They don't want to look at it to say, oh, the game is really good. It's just the monetization is bad. For example, Final Fantasy 14 game is near and dear to my heart. I love the game. I hate this fucking Endwalker expansion. It's horrible. But I love the game. The CEO of Square Enix says they're going to introduce NFTs. I'm not suddenly going to think that Final Fantasy 14 is a bad game. What I am going to say is that the company is making bad financial decisions, but I'm not going to turn around and say that Final Fantasy 14 suddenly became a bad game, even if they introduce NFTs into Final Fantasy 14. I'm not going to say the game is suddenly bad. I'm going to say Square Enix as the parent company is dumb for getting involved with NFTs. It is what it is. Homeownership question. Is there going to be a limited space for player housing and or storefronts? In some games, those coming to the game after it was around a while have absolutely no chance to acquire player housing because all the allotted space has been claimed. What's up? I like the friendly emote. Look at that little friendly emote. I like that. So this is obviously a concern. Is there going to be space for everybody? And the answer is yes. Because when you get into the game and there's no space for you, join a siege, burn somebody's node down, which then will unlock housing in other areas. Again, coming to the game late, you aren't entitled to instantly have what other players have. But aren't all those factors within different play styles of regions? I suppose. One thing ArcAge was not the best at was balancing. You are correct. ArcAge was not the best at balancing. However, that also has to do a little bit with the game not being played in Korea, because archers play completely different in Korea than they do in the Western world, due to ping and due to lag and due to latency. Endless arrows, which is the filler ability for archers, works radically different in Korea because, well, it works radically different anywhere. Yeah, Korea and Japan. They had an ArcAge Japan. I don't think it's still actively running, but anywhere that the ping is leveled out, endless arrows works differently. So, but aren't those factors with the different play styles exactly the same? You're going to have to put that message together in a more linear line of thought. I know who the artist is in case you want to emote of that style. No, thank you. All of my emotes are handled by Kong Vector. Everything for my show now is handled by one studio. That way it's just nice and it's easy and everything uniform looks the same. I take that back. I do have two people that do my stuff. Kong Vector does my stuff, and then our secret artist puts stuff together for me, which is always kind of cool. Need to go back to bed, man. My head hurts. But yeah. Will you be able to acquire a storefront? Well, yes, because of how stores in Ashes of Creation work. Now, if you're, and again, I don't like when players believe that they should be able to show up late to the party and then instantly catch up to people who've been there for a while. Sorry guys, we have to have a server reset for the 43,000th time because we have a new account. Yeah, exactly. If I already have a storefront, that in the economic realm of warfare, I already have a storefront, which means I have best in slot gear. So if you want to get a storefront, you need to figure out a way to disrupt my businesses. Maybe you need to raid my caravans. Maybe you need to, you know, kill me out in the open world. Maybe you need to siege my node. This is not going to be a game. The one thing I am glad Steven sticks to is he says this game isn't going to be for everyone, and that's okay, because I don't want them to cater to people. There's no spot for a house for you. Well, then go to a node that has available housing. But I don't want to go to a node that has available housing. I want to live in this node by the sea. Well, then buy somebody's house or get them to move their freehold or burn it down. This isn't going to be a game of everybody gets a participation trophy. This, you want it, you go earn it, you go hustle for it. And somebody's going to say, oh, well, I didn't start the game at launch. Well, you're right. So you are penalized. That is life. Carthos said it best the other day. The people who want to have a fair race, a fair shot at winning the marathon, even though they don't start running till an hour into the marathon. Well, you're not winning. You started an hour late. It's like all the people who want to run a marathon, but they're doing it for their own personal achievement. They don't care about pressing into the very front. The people who want to get a good time, they press into the very front because they're competitive. If you want to be competitive, be there on launch day. How likely is a period of spot testing for the Unreal Engine 5 version of Ashes, or will the Unreal Engine 5 conversion primarily be tested via Alpha 2? This is a bad question. The version of Ashes of Creation is now Unreal Engine 5. They were on Unreal Engine 5 in the second week of January. I don't see we're going to see spot testing. Like, there's nothing about going to Unreal Engine 5 that requires them to do spot testing. What they're doing, no doubt doing right now, is they're going back and they're probably on a full pause for new development. They probably put the skewers in at the end of their last sprint. No more new stuff is going to get made. And they're going to go back in and they're going to retouch everything that they need to do for Nanite and Lumen. Well, Nanite, because Lumen is a little bit different. They'll go back and they'll retouch all the assets and bring all the environmental art up to Nanite, and then they'll move forward from there. Now, one of the concerns I have, and I continue to have, is that we're 5 years into development, right? And the whole world's not built. Nothing should have stopped the environment development. So we're 5 years into the game. We are 2 years and a month past original launch, and you don't have the entire world built, right? You don't have the art, the assets, everything put together. There's really no reason that I can think of that you're not done with that, because even with all your engineering, your back end, you're this, you're that, you're the other, your environmental team should have had the whole world mapped out. This is one of those, you can choose to explain or you can choose not to explain, but not making a statement about why you're so far behind in building your actual game world is given a big enough statement. So the factors that made Arcade such a success in Korea are so critiqued in the West haven't changed, like monetization, and possibly bad distributors haven't changed. So why would you assume Arcade 2 would have anything different to occur in the two regions? Well, first and foremost, let's talk about let's talk about the monetization. Jake Song has already said that he understands that the Western world players don't want pay to win. So they are changing the monetization in ArcAge 2. Jake Song did an interview and he said, I've learned a lot of lessons in my however many years it's been. I've learned a lot of lessons as a developer. And what I have figured out is that the Korean developers need to start looking at the Western world because they're a much bigger market. They're the much bigger audience. He said, he even specifically said, Korean players are going to have to change how they think about monetization because it's not going to be that way with ArcAge 2. And then people said, well, he can still just put pay to win in. Not if he doesn't. First of all, yes, Kakao is the parent company of XL Games. Kakao bought XL Games in February of 2020. Well, they bought a 53% controlling majority of their stock. Kakao can do whatever they want, or they can order him to do whatever they want. At the same time, he can also just walk away from the project and retire and say, I'm done. I don't think Kakao bought XL Games in order to then screw up their new product. I think Kakao screwed up relaunching ArcAge, but you know, Kakao, My.Games, Gamigo have never had a fair shot at having a good product to distribute without pay to win built into it. So first and foremost, if they don't build in an easy to exploit pay to win system, then there's nothing easy to put into the cash shop. Now, the distributor problem, Kakao is just going to be the distributor and they're the owner. So basically, you no longer have this third-party distributor issue. Now, ArcAge 2 is going to be distributed by the same people who own the development studio. You think he'll walk if his bosses go down the same old road? Yes, I do. Do I think they started on the Underrealm? Yeah, we've already seen the Underrealm. We've already seen the Underrealm. Both in Alpha Zero and in APOC and in Alpha 1. I don't know if off the top of my head. I got to get rid of one thing I found that's a problem is some of my, I have too many videos loaded, so I'm gonna have to trim these up. But yeah, this was the APOC Underrealm. This was a very rough version of it, and it still looked pretty good. So I'm hearing that there is something here with the Lost Ark combat. I'm gonna try that. No, Lost Ark is horrible. Lost Ark's combat is horrible because all it is spam. It literally is spam AoE abilities. That's all it is. All Lost Ark is spam AoE abilities. There is no good combat. It's normalized gear that's easily accessible. Yeah, the PvP is horrible because it's all spam AoEs. It's just like Elyon. Who gets the biggest AoEs off the fastest? Did you walk into too many AoEs? Question about class abilities. I can only imagine the monumental task of having unique abilities for 64 subclasses. Well, they don't. They don't. I want to remind people that there's not 64 classes. Basically, there's 8 classes with 8 specs. I know Intrepid wants there to be 64 classes, but I can no longer get down on that because it's just disingenuous. If you're a tank, doesn't matter which of the 8 flavors of tank you are, you have the tank's skill kit. So you're a knight, you're still a tank. You're a guardian, you're still a tank. For cleric, you're a high priest, you're still a cleric. So they're not building 64 sets of abilities. They're building one set of abilities for each of the 8 classes and then tweaking them with augments. This is really like the Diablo 3 system, where you have an ability, and then as you level up, you unlock certain tweaks to that ability. But at the end of the day, the ability is still the ability. So With many dungeons being open to all and not instanced, how do you guys plan to make this content fun and engaging? In comparison to a game that shall not be named, much of the content ends up being in the form of zerging. Okay, so I thought about this question since Monday. There's a couple of ways you can do this. Okay, so like green's not a good color for bosses. Let's do red. So you've got this world boss, right? And we'll give him some horns, right? And we'll give him a squiggly face. We'll give him a tail, and we'll even give him a pitchfork, right? Now, this content is designed 40 players. Okay, you're supposed to be 40 players, but you zerg it. You zerg it with 120. Now, number one, loot lockout. Loot lockouts work like this. And I don't quite understand. I don't quite know how Intrepid is going to handle a loot lockout because only one party gets the loot. So that whole party would go on loot lockout for 3 days. You literally cannot receive loot, but then items can't be fully tradable. So one way to handle this is a loot lockout, but Intrepid, this doesn't work. Wow, fingers, wrong keys. Doesn't work because fully tradable items. So they can't work it out that way. Number two is the boss AI table. We'll just say morphs when hit by too many people. So basically what the boss is supposed to do is the boss is supposed to put down 3 AoE rings, right? When that's not going to work because those aren't filled circles. The boss puts down 3 AoE rings on his AoE attack. But the boss notices that he's being hit by more than 40 people. So he decides to put down more and more rings. Well, this is a good solution. Except now you control people that are doing the content by just bringing more people there and hitting it. So remember I said that it's great that Steven and Jeff and everybody at the team at Intrepid is full of these great ideas and they want to be on the bleeding edge of technology. Well, that's great. However, you're trying to do something that you're trying to say all of our items are going to be tradable, right? All of our items are going to be tradable. However, we don't want you to be able to zerg down bosses. So we're going to make the bosses not be able to be zerged down. And then you're like, great, let's go to the West Wing and President Bartlett. That's a 10-word answer. Give me 10 more. Give me 10 after that. How are you going to do it? So when somebody says, you're not having your dungeons be instanced, how do you plan to make the content fun without zerging? That's a great answer. That's a great question. How are you going to do that? Because unless you put people on a loot lockout, they'll just keep zerging it. And then the items are fully tradable. So even if that person's on a loot lockout, you just trade them the item afterward. Even if you have to filter it through a trade or whatever. There's only 40 people in the raid, so do all the raids go on loot lockout? Well, how's that going to work anyway? So, could you reduce loot drop rates based on an aggro table? Again, you could. But then you're back to the, now I control you, because I know that I can't kill the boss, but I want to stop you from doing it. So you have one 40-person raid trying to do the boss, and now I bring in 5 8-man parties to tag the boss. So now the boss is registering as being attacked by twice as many people. So it's great when Intrepid says we're going to do X, we're going to stop zerging by X. But the real shit of this thing here is you can't. How about a buff that once you attack that allows you to do damage so others can't do damage as long as there are 40 people doing stuff? So what you're saying is I can run in and take one of your 40 spots. I have the buff and I'm just not going to apply any damage. So if you're contesting a boss, you're constantly going to have people who are able to damage the boss and not able to damage the boss and going back and forth. See, the problem is, if you want world bosses to be contestable, then you can't stop world bosses from being zergable. I know that, but the buff needs to be renewed every couple of seconds. Okay, so I hit it once every couple of seconds. And so that doesn't work. I can throw that idea out the window. It's a bad idea, Fairy. So my clerics are going to have to keep damaging the boss so that they're able to put castigation on the boss when they need to. But now the cleric can't castigation the boss because there's already 40 people on the boss, but now I can't get mana back. So you're forcing my playstyle. The problem is you're not going to solve this with throwing random bullshit answers in the middle of a stream. The truth of the matter is that these are opposite sides of the same coin. Either you want your content to be zergable or you want your content to be contestable. If it's contestable, it's zergable. You already have part of the rules that it's going to go to the... See, the other problem is that they have these rules set. No heals to people with the buff could count as well. Okay, so now there's only 34 people damaging the boss, and 6 people are... Now you're breaking the keep it simple stupid rule. You're adding more and more things into timers. You're making the code more complicated. The problem is, Intrepid also says that if you have the tag and you do 40% of the damage, you get the drop. Or if another group does 60% of the damage, they can steal the loot. Well, how does that work? How does that work if you have, right? So the loot rules are this. If you have tag plus 40% damage, you get the loot. If you don't have tag and you do 60% of the damage, you steal the loot. Okay, so this works when 2 raids. What about 10 raids? What happens if you have 10 raids? What if you have 10 groups of people? What if tag group doesn't get 40%? Who gets the loot then? The tag group doesn't have 40%. And there's a bunch of other groups. Does it go to the group that has the highest percentage? There's a reason why. Then whoever did the most damage. Okay. Which damage? Total damage? Or the boss reset and tag starts up again and the boss resets 15 times? Or does damage applied to the boss after the boss enters a regen phase? Does that count? So if I want to make sure the boss can't be stolen from me, and I know that we're going to get contested, do I allow the boss to go through a regen phase so the boss goes from 60% back to 80%? And then you don't know that you think the boss is now at 77%, so you think there's a chance to steal, but what you don't realize is we've already done 40%, let the boss regen, and now we've done 3 more percent, so we've already done 43%. You see what I'm saying? The more you try to make these rules, like, you got to do the 5 whys. You got to do the 5 whys. What's the problem? Why is that the problem? Why is that the problem? I personally don't see this as an issue with open world bosses. If it's an issue, then just instance them. Otherwise, having the boss stolen, reset, and fucked with by other raids is an intended part of the game. That's not exactly the problem. The problem is you say that you don't want zerging to happen. Intrepid says we don't want to have a Zerg-based game, but then you are going to have it where they're not instanced. So 10 raids would be tag plus 4%, and then the other raids would be 6. Well, no, that doesn't work. You've tried to take math and apply it to it, but why would the tag plus damage suddenly change? Because remember, the tag plus damage is based on 2 parties. Why? And you think you're going to have... So now you need to have 4% because there's 10 groups. So what I did as the raid leader is I brought 50 people with me. I brought 40 in my main raid, and then I have 10 singletons hitting it. So now I only have to do tag plus 4%. Even if I get contested by another raid, a legitimate other guild, because I've had 11 parties hit the boss. Now I only need to do 4%. Keep in mind, I can break all of these rules, that all these solutions people are going to put up, I can break in about 5 seconds. Because the problem, I've 5-wide the problem many times in my life. Why is this a problem? Why is this a problem? Why is this a problem? Zerging will only stop happening when 10 steps being bigger than 5 and 100 steps being bigger than 10. You're right. Because you can't have open world contestable bosses and put anti-zerging mechanics in place. Because the moment you do that, as all the things, scale the boss according to the number of players in said region. No. Did you actually think about that one before you typed it? The boss region, again, no. Bosses don't have static spots. They wander around. So now all I have to do to screw with you, I don't even have to confront you to screw with you. I just put 200 people in the boss region area, and now you've got to fight a boss that's scaled to 240 people difficulty. We're not even contesting you. We're just standing there. We're standing there with 240 people waiting for you to write, or waiting for you to wipe. And then as soon as you wipe, we'll drop 200 people out of the boss region, and 40 will run in and get the boss. It's the Custer problem. You didn't bring enough troopers. It's not the natives' fault for you overwhelming numbers. It's Custer's for not bringing enough. No, that's not applicable here. Because it's not, it's not applicable because remember, we start with the idea that this boss, as designed by the developer, this world boss is designed to be done by 40 people. Because all content has to have a target number. You were right on the fact that people will zerg it because if it's meant for, like Red Dragon and Arcage. Red Dragon was meant for 1 raid. What did people do? Brought 2 raids. Why? Because 2 raids is better than 1 raid. And then you brought 3 raids. You brought 3 raids, and then you had raids 2 and 3 broke off to do PvP, and then they came back to do damage to the boss. This is the natural evolution of gamers. If I can bring 200 people to clear content, I'm gonna bring 200 people to clear content. I guess if you're dealing with multiple raids, you could have a rule that states 20% or more damage over tag gets the loot. Again, if tag doesn't get 40, okay, so 20% more damage over tags gets loot, except now all I do is bring smaller groups. I'm the guy going after the boss, but I also bring 5 extra parties with me of 1 or 2 people. Let's say you need to be a party. So I bring my 140-man group, and I bring 5 groups of 2 people. They all hit it. Now the boss registers as being attacked by a raid and 6 parties. What if the tag party dies? Does tag transfer to another group in a live fight, or must the boss reset? So with that, a boss should have to die or reset to transfer tag. And that is a way you can hard code the boss. You can hard code the boss that upon its initial tag wiping, the boss will walk back to its spot and it will completely reset hit points. Some people would say, well, then we can't wipe the other party. And you're right, you can't. You got to leave enough of them alive. It also creates a problem where the people that had tag will hold the boss as long as possible, suicide to reset the boss to 100. Not saying they should do that. I'm saying you can do that. Tag generally will not transfer in the middle of a fight. Aggro will transfer, but the other way to do it is if raid 1 completely wipes and raids 2 and 3 were hitting the boss, aggro will transfer to 2 or 3, but the tag now is just lost. Can raid 1 come back and start hitting the boss and reclaim their tag? I don't know. You have to decide if you want those in the rule set. Environment damage and environment pushing parties opposite each other towards each other would make the system give a small advantage to the defenders. Get out of here. Get out of here with that bullshit. We don't even need to talk. You're worrying about the parsley on the plate. You're worrying about if there's 2 pickles or 3 pickles on the burger. We don't even need to talk about that shit because they don't even have the answer to the big question. On reset, does aggro clear? Yes. On reset, the boss is completely reset. Will there be a system that forces the boss to spawn during high traffic times, like how they plan to do so for sieges? Good question. Will world bosses only appear during prime time? That's a great question. We don't have the answer to that. But I would imagine that, yes, the world bosses will only spawn because they're going to do a prime time on the window. I would imagine that bosses will only spawn during the prime time. Good question. So. Is it designed to require a large bodyguard contingency? You 40 raid and the other 210 of your castle siege group to patrol and hold contesters out of the area? Well, first of all, the castle siege group is your garrison. And so possibly, remember, that's your guild or your garrison. So you might be utilizing them for that. May I ask what kind of bosses we're thinking about? Something that spawns every few hours, once a day, once a week? No, these would be world bosses, so not every few hours. These would be the larger... These would be the larger events. I don't get why zerging is an issue for bosses. Shouldn't the group that brings the most people get the kill most of the time? This is why you do the 5 whys, right? Let's do the 5 whys. Let's just do this. Let's okay. We're gonna do this so that we come up with an answer, right? So we're gonna start with the philosophy, right? Problem statement, right? Zerging is a problem. Now, we're gonna start with zerging as a problem because apparently it is. I don't necessarily think it is, but I'm gonna run the 5 whys. Zerging is a problem. Why? Why is zerging a problem? Despawn, DE. Generally despawn, DE. Bosses die too quick. Okay, zerging is a problem because content is cleared quicker than developers intended. Why? Rare loot items lose value as a result. No, they do not. No, they do not. Because rare loot items don't lose value because zerging a boss doesn't increase the number of the number of items in circulation. Those are not. That one is not a result of the other. There is not more of an item. Now you could say there's more of an item because people are clearing the content with more people. So they're clearing content they shouldn't be able to clear. That's also not a problem of zerging. That is not a result of zerging. That is a result of bad development. That's the thing about the 5 whys. We have to be able to walk 5 of these down. So I know I'm going to be challenging some of you, and that's what my job as the host of the show is, to get some of us to think, because I think a lot of people don't even know why they think zerging is bad. Some people are like, zerg bad, and you're like, well, why? Oh no, we're gonna die. Guys, we failed. We failed in PV. We failed with PvE. So, not a good time. Okay. So zerging is a problem. Why? Because content is cleared quicker than the developers intended. Why? Absolute monopoly on certain bosses. No, that's also incorrect. Because you don't have an absolute monopoly on the certain boss. You having a monopoly on the boss has nothing to do with zerging. You gotta keep it, the reason why it's called the 5 whys is because you said bosses die too quick. Okay? Why? Content is cleared quicker than the developers intended. Why? Okay? Because it trivializes the content. Oh, okay. So it trivializes the content. Content is cleared quicker than developers intended because too much damage. Okay? Why? Why is it too much damage? Okay, it's too much damage because the loss is too little when the boss does manage to kill someone. Why? Dark Paladin's going through this. He's getting us there. So zerging is a problem. Why? The content is cleared quicker than the developers intended. Why? Too much damage. Why? Because the loss is too little when the boss does manage to kill someone. So we got 1 why, 2 whys, 3 whys. We're on our 4th why. I see a good one. Why? Loss is too little when the boss manages to kill someone. Why? Because the death penalty isn't high enough. Okay, watch this. Solution. Raise death penalty. While on world bosses. Okay? We don't have to stop zerging. You notice? We do not have to stop zerging. That's not the solution. See, that's why you got to do the 5 whys. Because what's our solution? The death penalty is the loss is too little when somebody dies because the death penalty is trivial. If you're able to zerg, then the death penalty needs to be more of a deterrent. Solution. I don't need to stop zerging. Zerging is just one group getting more people to show up to the event. What are you going to do? Tell people they can't come or limit the zone to a certain amount of people? Might as well be an instance raid. Exactly. What you did right there is you summed it up, but without going through this. What if we took this solution, right? And what if we did a different why? The loss is too little when the boss does manage to kill someone. Why? Boss is unable to kill people due to too many healers being present. Solution. Bosses need more healing received debuffs. Debuffs. We don't need to stop the zerging. Right? We don't need to stop the zerging. Because if the content is meant for 2,000 players and there's a player base for it will bring 3,000. Yes, exactly. Because the players... Why? Okay. Zerging is a problem. Why? Content is cleared quicker than the developers intended. This would be easier if I had a full whiteboard behind me. Why? What did Zetrix just say? Players want an easier time. Why? Lazy players. Solution. There is none. Can't fix. What? You want to try to solve zerging, but why are you trying to solve it? Why? Content is cleared quicker than the developers intended. Why? Because the players want an easier time. Why? Because players are lazy. Solution, there is none. You cannot. If you get to that point, that brings us back to what Karthos said, right? And Karthos said it right up here. What Karthos said was, why is it breaking again? That's why when they said world bosses are meant for 40-person raids, I kind of chuckled. Nice wish. People are going to bring 140 to do that. That's the problem. Okay, so what you're trying to solve is you are trying, because people want easy loot, basic thing. That's the problem. Okay, that's the problem. So when Intrepid jumps up there, no, that's why I took that exact point, because now you got two endings that both end at the same solution answer. There is no problem. No, that's incorrect. We don't have that. What do you mean? What do you mean we have two that say it's not a problem? Solution, there is none. You can't fix. You can't fix lazy. Why the hell am I pointing at the screen? You guys cannot see me pointing at the screen. There is none. You can't fix. That one you can't fix. So now you go down. Why? Too much damage. Loss is too little. Raise the death penalty. What if world boss deaths? What if you get a debuff while on the world boss so that when you die, you get a larger death penalty? Boss is unable to kill people due to too many healers being present. Solution, boss needs more healing received debuffs. Your hand points roughly to the blackboard, though, so it works. Yeah, like the thing is that Intrepid said, well, we're going to stop zerging by... Why are you trying to stop zerging? Because you're trying... Doesn't that punish non-zergs, though? No. Doesn't punish non-zergs. Because all it does is it raises the difficulty of the world bosses. If you raise the difficulty for everybody... Because remember, Billy, there's going to be people in the raid that die who are angry they died because they didn't get heals. They didn't get heals. And so they die. Remember, there is gonna, and you all know, every healer in here knows that you have your not favorite people. You have your not favorite people. You know, there's the people in the raid that you don't care if they die. Healers, you know you do it. You know you do it. Are there boss abilities that can force the meta to only bring 40 people? No, because you can't force people to only bring 40 people, because as soon as you do that, then my way to contest you is, I only have 8 people. I can't contest the world boss. My raid is... my raid is busy killing something else, but I'm the advanced party to make sure you don't kill that boss. So if any mechanic is designed to get more difficult at over 40, then my party just comes in to screw with you. Raise the difficulty for everybody means it's no longer meant for a 40-man raid. No, not at all. Now you just make sure that your world bosses are actually tweaked for 40 people. They're actually tweaked for 40 people and not... Are we sure this is for 40 people? Because remember, there's no way to put people on a loot lockout. We already talked about that. So how are you going to stop people from zerging an area? You don't. You don't stop people from zerging. You don't. Because at the end of the day, people want the easier time. Why? Because you have lazy players. Solution, there is none. You can't fix this. You cannot fix this. This right here is the voice of the customer. The customer wants this easier time. So how do you Scale boss health and number of players in vicinity. No, the way I can test you is I bring 240 people to just stand there, make the boss health really high. We don't help you burn the boss. We just show up. There is no way to do this. It's impossible. You cannot, right? You cannot both sides of the coin. You got to pick one. You either want instanced content or you want open world content. You cannot have both. You cannot try to apply instanced content solutions to world bosses because it's a world boss. What if I got 8 world bosses that show up on my continent, right? Why are you going to tell me that I can't bring a 300 person I can't bring a 300 person horde over my whole continent and kill all 8 world bosses in 2 hours, a la Arcage, like we used to do the world boss marathon. You told me that one of the key features of your game is player agency. You don't like the fact that players are bringing too many people to the world bosses? Well, then make them instanced. Make them instanced. Well, we want an open world game. Okay, well then if you're making an open world game, remember I said, and this is where Steven started mixing the metaphors, and you have the continuum line, and you have a sandbox over here, you have a theme park over here, and then in the middle you have a theme box, and over here you have a sand park, and over here you have like the dead middle. One of the cool things that Intrepid said is we're a theme box. Then they started calling themselves a sand park, and they need to fucking stop that. They need to go with theme box. They need to use theme box. They need to stop being greedy and try to have both these positions. They need to just call themselves a theme box. Okay? If in your theme box, one of your themes is player agency, and even though it's not an in-game theme, it's a design pillar, then why are you stopping me from playing the game the way I want to? What if they fix it by using loot, make people loot pool present, so it only drops a certain amount? The more people partake in the fight, the less loot they get. What are you talking about? The boss drops loot. That's it. One party gets loot. That's it. The boss is designed to drop 3 pieces of loot. That's all it drops. Again, you can't put people on loot lockout because all the gear is tradable. So even in Zergs, they get less loot. Who cares? Who cares? The point is to get the loot for the guild, and then the guild divvies out the loot. Instead of that world boss taking 15 minutes, it's meant to take 2 minutes. We kill all 8 world bosses on our circuit. We get all the loot that night. We deny everybody else the loot. Even if we have 18 of these already in storage, and we just throw them in storage and nobody else can get them. In my opinion, I think Zerging is a perfect strategy when it comes to contested objectives in MMOs. If you don't like Zerging, form an alliance to beat the Zerg. They can just buff the bosses. No, they can't. Were you here for the last 20 minutes where no, they can't just buff the bosses? Again, buff the bosses how? By the total number of people in the area? Then I just walk people into the area. I can test you. Hey guys, Mickey and the apprentices are trying to do this boss. Scouting party, just stand there. Scouting party, just walk in and stand there. If you stand there, you're going to accumulate, you're going to cause them to have a harder time. There is no solution. Shambuzi says, Zerging is a perfect strategy when it comes to contested objectives in an MMO. If you don't like Zerging, form an alliance to beat the Zerg. That is the answer. That is the answer. I meant buff it and make it a 60 player or 80. No, Dark Paladin. That's you don't take if you have a 40-man piece of content, it's a 40-man piece of content. If you make it a 60-person piece of content, why the fuck do you have a 60-person piece of content? You don't have 60-person raids. You have 40-person raids. Are you going to make it a multi-raid boss? Okay. You can do that. You can make a piece of content designed for 2 raids, but you don't just make things harder. Remember, if you have to make it harder, What'd you design? We designed it as a 40-man piece of content. Let's go into the dungeon with 300 healers, spam healing with regen build so that environmental damage outside. But yeah, we're not doing environmental damage, Zetrix. You're trying to add pickles to the burger. The burger ain't even cooked yet. I shut that environmental shit down the last time because you're trying to put more complicated on something that's not balanced. Boss drops currency. Everyone gets some proportional to participation. Then shop items from boss currency. Zerg all you want. No, bad answer. Again, you bring 40 people to the 40-person content expecting everybody to get 10 coins because the boss is going to drop 400 coins, 40 people, everybody gets 10. The problem is that I walk 8 people in there and all I do is peg the boss. Now you all don't get 10 coins, you all get 8 coins because these other people leached off coins. It's a horrible solution. Horrible solution. It doesn't fix the problem. See, it's got to fix the problem. Putting them... When people come up with... And I'm not saying, who cares? Everyone gets 10 coins. Takes 10 world bosses to get the desired item. Disagree. Except I just told you it doesn't take 10 world bosses. Because I walk people into leech. I deliberately walk people into leech. Now you've also made world bosses mandatory content. Your solution doesn't fix the problem. The problem is they want world bosses to be meaningful. They want world bosses to be contested. At that rate, nobody's going to contest. Everybody's just going to be like, oh, well, I guess we're getting 3 coins today instead of 6. I guess we're getting 5 coins today instead of 10. Let's just kill it and go on with our lives. Horrible solution. If you want that as a solution, then you need to go back to the problem statement of what are we designing? It starts with the premise of we're designing a world boss that's supposed to be contestable. We want to build a world boss that's supposed to be contestable. And remember, the question on the screen is, how do we stop zerging? Your answer doesn't stop zerging at all. Your answer promotes zerging. Perfect anecdote from my time in Classic, the Burning Crusade. The Alliance had a monopoly on the world bosses in Outland. The Horde formed a guild Discord and worked out between different GMs to divvy the loot between the guilds to counter the Alliance. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how you do it. Make it for more people, it's just put more air in the tire solution. At some point, you just blow the tire up. Exactly. That's the problem. Instance or encounter locking, but that goes against Steven's goals. You're right, but Steven has 2 conflicting goals. Steven wants to have open world PvP contestable world bosses, but he wants to stop zerging. Well, pick one. He's like, but I want both. Well, this isn't a why not both meme. Which one do you want? Because if you want it to be contestable, it has to be zergable. It's that simple. If it's zergable, it's contestable. I think the real problem with zerging is the lower geared players benefiting from joining the more populated group. Just give world bosses large AoE so you have some minimum set of gear to not get wiped. Again, while that's a decent answer, it's not a decent answer, Astro, because the drops from world bosses aren't bound. So, say I have my 3 geared, or let me say 40-man content. I have my 5 geared tanks already, right? I have 5 geared tanks in my guild, but I want to start gearing up a second raid worth of tanks. All I do now is I take my core group that can kill that boss in 8 minutes, go kill the boss, get the drops, go back to headquarters, and then start divvying out the the gear to the other tanks. That's the thing about a game like Arcage, where you gear out all your mages with Anthelon sets, and they've never even been to Anthelon. Oh, we got a new mage in the gear guild. Here's a Divine Anthelon set. Fuck them, kill them, and eat them, boys. That person just got 4,000 gear score. That's the problem with unbound gear. You just basically... Unbound gear means a guild in an area, right? Here's our world map. Here's our node by the sea. If there's a world boss in our area, we're going to kill that world boss on spawn. It's that is our vending machine. That is our piñata. Why? because we're gonna kill that boss until everybody has a steampunk pistol. We're gonna kill that boss until everybody's got a voodoo staff. We're gonna have about 30 of these in stock, and then, you know, occasionally we'll sell one, but we're not gonna let anybody else have that content. That's our content. We're gonna zerg it down. Unbound gear causes other problems. It absolutely does. I thought you said world bosses don't have set spawns. They don't have set spawns. We're gonna kill it on spawn. Where's the confusion? You think I'm not gonna know everything going on in my area? You think I'm not gonna have scouts? You think we're not gonna have call to arms? You think we're not gonna have priorities? These are the Omega red level priorities in the guild. On spawn, ready? When this motherfucker spawns in our area, you drop what you're doing and you respond to the call to arms. Do you think that others want to have those things? Sure. And then we wipe them and then we take the boss. Not hard. The top 3 things, if we decide as a guild, these are the top 3 priorities. We're in the middle of a caravan run. Okay. Haul your ass and get up to the boss, because you're in the middle of something you can't drop. We were just about to go do a dungeon. Yeah, you'll go do your dungeon later. Plague Doctor's up. Everybody available, roll out to Plague Doctor. Autobots, roll out. First 40, let's start killing it. Do we have the tanks? Do we have the healers? Let's go. As more people come in, they just filter in. You're dropping people, you're picking up people, you're forming your outside healer parties, because that's how organized guilds do shit. Could make bosses instance where outside parties can enter as attackers with a reasonable player ratio? No. What's this reasonable player ratio bullshit? It's an open world game. If you're on the boss with 40 people and I show up with 200 people, guess what? I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna wipe your entire 40. I'm gonna show up with 200 people. I'm gonna break off Frost and his PvP crew. They're gonna go in and wipe you. Some of them are gonna get corruption. And then they're going to immediately form the perimeter, farming little bullshit mobs to work off their corruption, while the other 4 groups go in and kill the boss. As an alternative, no! You cannot design alternatives that go against the core design philosophy of player agency. You cannot restrict player control because you want to force in this other bullshit. Now, if you want to change your game from 80% open world, 20% instanced, like, remember guys, I did a video where I said I thought the 80 to 20% ratio was broken, right? Let me fix some problems with Ashes real quick based on their own design philosophies, right? So Ashes starts with this idea, right? Dungeons are, I hate when I do that. I hate the tab key. Dungeons, yeah, because the tab key screws that up. Dungeons are 80% open world, 20% instanced. And these are not for gear. These are story driven, right? Now, I said, let's flip our script here. Let's change this to something more like 40% open world. And then this is the best lootsies, right? 60% instanced. And this is third and fourth best in slot, right? Now, we've given people places to go to get gear, right? But now we make this change. World bosses, PvP zones, just like caravans. Now, the top world bosses, not the little regional bosses, not the friendly little ones, right? Not the friendly little bosses, but the world bosses, the big mamma jammas, the 12 to 15 big boys that are meant to be, they're PvP zones, just like caravans. Now, watch how fucked up this is. Your raid is automatically flagged for PvP against every other raid. Every other raid. Every other raid. Paradox brings in 5 raids into that world boss area. We didn't bring in 5 raids. We brought in One raid, one raid, one raid, because if we cross the streams, if we cross AoEs, we're killing each other. You basically create this to be a free-for-all area restricted to raids only, right? And war states still apply. No, war states don't apply. No. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Because your raid is in PvP with everybody else's raid at that time. World bosses, then you can't zerg them you can't competitive or contest zerg them easily. You have to organize your 40 people. So your 40 people, doesn't that make range better than melee for world bosses? No. Why? Are you gonna just leave a pack of rangers undefended so another raid is just gonna walk over your rangers and kill them? Even if you form up a group of melee and archers, right? You still have to defend them from the inevitable PvP. You're still gonna have to work formations, right? Now take my idea to that 60% instanced. Making bosses instanced where outside, no, Zetrix, because instanced content is private content. The point is this is giving PvEers a place to go to play your game, and giving because your PvP people are like, oh, I want the 80% open world so I can go PvP. Let's be honest for a second. Are you really going to be PvPing all the time in those open world dungeons? And if I take 40% of your open world dungeons away from you, but I give you 12 to 15 bosses that you can contest, I've just made you happier. This change right here, who does this change really irritate? Who does this change really hurt? I've made everybody happier. And that's hard to do, but I've made everybody happier. Normally in a compromise, nobody's happy, but everybody's a little bit happier. I've made everybody infinitely happier here. The instance dungeon runners just got triple the content. They got triple the content. Now they get gear from their instance story or their instance dungeons. I've dropped the open world dungeons down by half, but I've given you every major world boss is a PvP zone. I've also given you something that you normally don't have. I've given you, are you not entertained? Hold on, because it's funny you say that, because I gotta make you laugh, right? Hold on. Are you not entertained? Because, you're that's it. So the thing is that you change, no one will be happy with third or fourth best in slot. They will say instance dungeons are a waste of time and might as well not exist. Guess what? That's when you tell them, honestly, shut the hell up. You want the best of the best? I've given you a place to go and get baseline gear. I have given you a place to run dungeons. I have given you a place to get third and fourth. Also, keep in mind, even open world dungeons are only going to give you the best lootsies materials. You're still going to have to go and find a master crafter. Remember, the way the loot drops work in Ashes, tangible loot that drops has random stats, right? I wouldn't mind doing instance dungeons for third or fourth best drops, especially if I'm time constrained. Also, third and fourth might probably be a small percentage less. Yeah, exactly. So first of all, let's keep that in mind. The Ashes of Creation, we're not talking about best in slot. And I'm talking normal gear. That doesn't include legendaries. That doesn't include legendary uniques. We're talking, that gives you gear that allows you to go to your third or fourth best in slot is going to allow you to go and do the larger content. Because you're talking 4 stacks, all relatively close. And then the next step above that is legendary. I don't think people would complain about I don't think people would complain about being able to go somewhere and get gear. Now, some people would say, yeah, third and fourth best in slot is still very viable for a lot of content. I was clearing content last night in Final Fantasy. I'm about 5 down, and I'm still able to clear the content, mainly because I'm melded, and number 2, because I know what I'm doing. But no, I don't think people would complain. Having a Care Bear way to get gear for returning players would be very good. Exactly. Hi. What happened to you? There we go. I think switching up those instances, but creating those world bosses being PvP zones would give you a much better experience than trying to fight Zerging when Zerging is what the players want. You know what the problem with Zerging is? The problem with Zerging isn't the content. The problem with Zerging is the have-nots being blocked out of the content. But you're going to be blocked out of that content. It's like, why is it the have-nots are only concerned about being blocked out of dungeons or being blocked out of world bosses? The have-nots are going to find very quickly they can't run caravans. Well, they can run caravans. Really? You're going to run a caravan when you're a 50-person guild and you know there's 5 300-person guilds operating in the local area? Zerging the boss with 3 times the people it's meant for. Why isn't there any hard content in the game? Exactly. You've hit the crux of the issue. People complain that the world bosses are too easy, and then when you watch their video for it, they're doing the world boss with 120 people, and you're like, well, that's why. You're trying to solve a problem. You're trying to solve a problem before you even know what the problem is. I'm a big fan of the 5 whys. What are we trying to solve here? If all the people end up in best in slot, then the grading system is a fail. That's also a major point. If everybody has the ability to have best in slot gear, then everybody's a legend because everybody has a Thunder Fury. Right? Everybody has a Thunder Fury. Legendary, like this prop, my daughter bought this for me a couple of years ago. This is the Jahlon Voodoo Staff. There are many like it, except there aren't. There is only one like it, and this is mine. This is a legendary item, right? When you see it, there will be people who will be like, you know, it's going to be like the 300 scenario. The men behind say forward. The men in the front say back. Like, you come around the corner and you're like, fuck, run. Like, that's Jay. You're literally, your comms people are calling, shit, Jay's on the field. All right. Execute the plan to neutralize Jay. Everyone shuffle. Everyone rotate. I don't know what to do about my computer. Might take a full nuke to try to clean my computer because things are stupid. But no, you know, there's the people like when in ArcAge, the day that a patch came out, yeah, Jay's on the field. Get him. Go neutralize him. And that's exactly what happened. I had a legendary T5 Obsidian Club. If you played ArcAge, you know how badass a legendary T5 Obsidian Club is. It was so bad that I pulled aggro off of tanks while on Red Dragon. My guild had to give me a Kraken shield because I needed 2 stealths. I would stealth and then I would pull aggro again. My ode to recovery was like thousands of hit points. When people would fight us, they would just keep me stoned, abyssal stoned all the time because there's no purging it, there's no clearing it, and I can't do anything. I literally was on a rotation. Healers from other guilds would send me PMs and apologize. They'd be like, sorry, dude, this is the only way we can negate you. I was like, that's fine, I understand. Legendary items are going to be the deal breakers. So I don't think it's a big deal putting 3rd and 4th best in slot in instance dungeons if then you're going to appeal to how much larger of an audience if you suddenly now have if you suddenly now increase the PvE window that you can grab. I think this is the better solution because now you don't have to solve Zerging on world bosses. You no longer have a problem. If they bring 2 raids with them, then they have to play well enough to keep them spread apart. Some people would say, well, they'll put all the melee in one group and they'll put all the ranged in another group. Okay, well then what happens when they get contested at that boss? You're going to have a raid full of archers and mages with no tanks, no initiators. So then one group runs in with a bunch of, you know, a well-mixed bag. They wipe one of your 2 raids. Remember, they're PvP zones, but the death penalties could still apply. You can make the PvP zone around a world boss have whatever rules you want. I think that gets us, how are we going to deal with Zerging? And Steven's like, we're not. We're not going to deal with Zerging. We accept that Zerging is the voice of the customer. Well, what about the people that complain about Zerging? Well, they can counter it. They can form an alliance to deal with it. Well, then we're going to have one super alliance on the server. Okay. And you're going to have that anyway. This is why gear... let me grab this one real quick because this is so true. This is why gear should eventually break. They can be generous on durability and repairability, but it should eventually be destroyed. I brought this up and people immediately raged against it because people wanted to argue from the 3rd standard deviation. They were like, I don't want to spend my whole week grinding. Yeah, you don't have to. You can make the durability and repairability on gear be 6 months. A piece of gear is intended to last for 6 months. But without gear grind, without gear needing to be replaced, you run into the problem that you stagnate your gear cycle. I'm fine with this if crafters are able to keep up with demand and the supply is enough to keep the cost accessible to most of the population. Again, with a player-driven economy, I think it would be. I've seen a similar system where only the top 1% can afford to replace their weapons. Yeah, and then that would be designed very poorly. I think EVE Online demonstrates that if you... I think EVE Online demonstrates that if you set up your economy right, people can be derping ships left and right and still get replacements. To be honest, I don't like that. I don't want to lose my stats. I want to be able to reforge it with the same cost by sacrificing an item similar to reforge it. Why? It's crafted gear. It's crafted gear. You'd be able to get somebody crafted it. Couldn't you introduce small gear upgrades or new gear over time? You could, and they will. EVE Online is the poster child for how the system can work. Oh yeah, absolutely. It absolutely is. All right. Are you considering a mechanic which reduces the effectiveness of grinding farming a specific spot for either an extended period of time or multiple occurrences, thereby prompting the translocation of players? No. Why? First of all, I hope that they're considering mechanics that allow you to level up without having to perpetually grind. Why is it people want grind to be good? Guys, break out of the sheeple mentality. Grind existed back in the 90s and the early 2000s because they knew that they couldn't develop enough content fast enough and they needed to keep you busy. Like last night in Final Fantasy XIV, let me tell you how pissed off I was. I don't play Final Fantasy XIV to grind shit, to run dungeons. I play it for the story. I got to the end part of the story. I'm level 88 and I click on the next quest and it's red and it says you need to be level 89. How in the blue fuck in a follow the leader storyline quest, storyline driven game, did I get to a point where I didn't get enough XP from all the previous stories? I should have had enough XP. I shouldn't have had to do 2 other side things. But that's for Final Fantasy. That's for Final Fantasy. There's too many people who call things too easily as grinding. Yeah, exactly. I don't think going out and killing mobs for 6 hours is engaging content. If you want to go do that, that's fine. But there shouldn't really be any thought put into that because there should be enough content, meaningful content to keep people busy. BDO says hello. Yeah, BDO sucks. What's your point? I'd also be okay with having your weapon break but not be destroyed, making you have to assemble parts and have an opportunity to reforge it. Yeah, so let me talk about this one real quick. I understand that Intrepid Studios is making it so that you need materials and a crafter in order to fix your items. I think at a certain part, though, your item should need to be completely reforged. So basically what you're saying is instead of the item breaking, it takes the exact same amount of materials as it would to make a brand new one to reforge it. And I think that would help the economy. Why is it everyone wants to carry a second set of gear specifically for PvP, but they don't want a second set in case something gets destroyed? I agree with you. I always carried a second set in raids. Maybe it doesn't break in other games, but having that utility was a comfort. No, people laugh because I used to have about 3 different sets of gear on me, because I would tailor gear per boss. I might only change one stat, one gem, one enchant, but I had different gear sets for different bosses. My wife used to get so frustrated in Final Fantasy because in between trash pulls and boss pulls, I was in different gear, because on trash pulls, I want to be able to do the most damage possible as a tank, but on the bosses, I want my tanking gear. In Lineage 2, New World, WoW, players tend to join the stronger alliances. Is there any plan to restrict it? So let's talk about this. There is, right? In Ashes of Creation, there is guild leveling. So the most people that can be in a guild is 300. Current, subject to change. But in order to have 300 people, you literally have no guild buffs. You don't get any buffs to the guild. If you want buffs, you can't be at 300. Now, 4 guilds can form a formal alliance. So you can have at most 1,200 people in an alliance. Now, yes, this means that the largest alliances are going to have a lot of people to command. But it also means that smaller groups are in fact going to be able to contest larger groups, because you don't have to contest the entire alliance. You can contest, you could contest one guild of that alliance. But yeah, there are no factions, as in WoW. So there's no factions at all. So it's not like you're gonna have a horde server and you're gonna have an alliance server. There's not going to be a Harani server or a Nuian server. So that's just how it's going to be. Also, remember, this world is very, 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 very large. So different sections of the world are going to be handled differently. No one alliance is going to dominate the entire server. The world's just too big for them to try to do that. I'm sure there's going to be alliances that try, but those are going to be more gaming organizations, not in-game alliances. So, but yeah, giving people fatigue from grinding in a certain area, no, that's why would you do that? What problem are you trying to solve with that? I'm a bit confused since your last interview. Is Ashes of Creation going to be a sand park or a theme box, and what's the difference? Great question, because again, I think that you need to stay with the theme box mentality, because then you own that phrase and then you become the original theme box. Did you ever reach out to Wizards of the Coast and try to get a license for D&D brand, or did you know from the start you wanted your own creation? Good question, but the truth of the matter is you don't reach out to anybody and ask for a license, ever. Unless you're like, so for example, you guys know that my dream would be to get like $100 billion, but no, seriously, my dream would be for somebody to give me the funding to make this game, Rifts, the tabletop. Somebody give me the funding to do this. And then, of course, to do this, I would have to reach out and get licensing. But if I was going to make a game that was inspired by Rifts, I wouldn't reach out for licensing, because the moment you reach out for a license and you get denied, you're going to have to like triple check every single thing you ever put in your game to make sure that you're influenced by is not you're stealing. For example, Underworld got sued by White Wolf because there were like 27 things in the movie that were direct ripoffs from White Wolf, and then White Wolf tried to sue the originals, Vampire Diaries, and that one the judge was like, although you have a prince of the city in your nomenclature, you can't turn around and say nobody can ever use like prince as a rulership. So one lawsuit went through and one lawsuit got booted. But yeah, they're not, because remember, they're not making Dungeons and Dragons. They're making Ashes of Creation. Are the graphics in regards to character models going to stay the same, or will it be upgraded to something akin to the pictures below or seen in the MetaHuman creator? I mean, they're using Unreal Engine 5, so I don't know why they wouldn't just start using MetaHuman. They might have a reason why they wouldn't, but I don't know what it would be. Question, how far will the archers be able to shoot? Will there be any limit in an arrow drop? Yes, you will have the same range as all the other ranged characters. As a fan of ranged DPS classes, I worry that archers might not be able to utilize their ability to kite enemies, taking into account the amount of, wrong word, closing abilities of the other classes. In many MMOs, it is possible and critically important for rangers to be able to deal damage while staying a little bit outside of the big battle and meanwhile analyze what's going around. Okay, so let me jump on this. Remember I said on Monday that you should never ask people, you should never ask anybody else how to fix what's broken with another class? This is the example of how you don't listen to the vocal minority on how to fix their class. I worry that archers might not be able to utilize the ability to kite enemies, taking into account the amount of gap closing abilities of other classes. The point of the fucking gap closers of the other classes is to break your ability to kite them. Yeah, you should be able to close on an archer. So, and this is why people, remember I said on Monday, everybody wants their shit to be overpowered. So say you have here the 30, whatever this is, the max range, right? And this is the kite path, right? This is the target. And the ranger is on this maximum space. If the target doesn't have the ability to gap close, then this person is invincible, right? This person is invincible. The point of this is plays and counterplays. If the target gap closes, then the ranger needs to either CC or the ranger needs to counter juke. You teleported to me? Well, in my kit, I have backflip. Thus, after the combination, we are still the same amount of distance apart. If you don't have that ability, right, then you suck as a ranger. But you cannot be made invincible due to being unable to be hit. So this person, not trying to be mean, but you have absolutely no business giving feedback. Is that book, the storybook? That is not the storybook. That is the, that is the tabletop core book. Where are my, I have 3 books missing. Oh, let's see. Where are they? I have the novels. Yeah, here they are. You want to read, and I gotta put these up. I gotta put these up on the but Sonic Boom, and I'll put these up today. I'm out of post-it notes. I gotta order more post-it notes too. Just hold on. Let me make a 4 months already. What's up, Fake Sweden? So order more yellow post-its and put Riffs books. Put Riffs in Mistborn. On books. Okay, I'll do that after the show today. I don't have anything else to do today. What do you think about iframes and tabbed enhanced? There should be no iframes in tabbed combat. There should be, oh, I just crushed her. There should be no There should be no iframes in tab combat because you have a dodge and an evasion skill. Now, if you want to go deep into that, question, then I think that ground reticles in frontal cones should not be dodgeable. And then you include an iframe. But the problem with an iframe is an invulnerable frame or an invincibility frame, which means you're not supposed to take any damage while you're sushi rolling. I don't think that it has a place in tab combat. I quite literally think if you're standing in a ground reticle when it goes off, your evasion skill, your dice roll shouldn't happen. And there should be no iframes. I don't think they need to be there. Yeah, I'll get them up there. Right after the show. What kind of systems will they be to prevent or disincentivize real money transactions? All right. This is the part of the show that people don't like me. And I understand this, right? I understand this. Real money transactions. Hold on. No, not bans. Real money transactions are a really big window, really big category. Real money transactions are a really big category. Some things you can ban, some things you can't. Let me give you 2 examples. Somebody buys gold. You can ban them if you can prove it. If you can reasonably articulate why you banned them, you can do it. RMT that is bannable. Not all RMT is bannable. Settle your ass down. Let me get through. I'll tell you why not all RMT is bannable. You buy gold from a gold site. They do a gold seller, gold buyer sting operation. They roll everybody up. They ban everybody who bought gold or sold gold. Great. A gold selling is RMT. Again, would you settle your ass down? Because not all gold selling is bannable. So sit down and chillax. So they do an RMT sting operation. They roll everybody up. They ban everybody involved. Great. Do that. But what about the situations where it's not provable because it's not a one-for-one transaction? Somebody contacts me in the guild and says, hey man, I can't pay for my sub this month. I'll see you guys next month. Why? What's going on? I can't afford to pay for my sub, blah, blah, blah. Hey man, I'll do you a favor. I'll kick you your sub. Kick the guild 5,000 gold a week. Just work your ass off so that, I'll kick you your sub. Did I buy the gold? And how can you prove it? I didn't buy the gold. I didn't say I'm buying 20,000 gold from you for 15 bucks. I said, I'll kick you your sub for this month. You kick the guild 5,000 gold a week. That one isn't bannable. I know. That's why people need to realize you can't turn around and say every single instance is fucking ban hammering because not every single instance is bannable. I do pay for guild member subscriptions when they hit hard times. Because sometimes, your main tank is having some shit, man. I've kicked people stuff. I've kicked people real world money because I'm a nice guy. Isn't there already a gift subscription option on the website? No, there's not. There is no gift subscription and there won't be a gift subscription. There won't be a gift subscription because they know that gift subscriptions immediately lead to one-for-one pay to win. However, and I know some people want to turn around and say, well, that's RMT, so you should be banned. Why is it RMT? I paid for my friend's subscription, and my friend chose to pay me back by farming me gold. You get into this gray area where you got to be careful. Intrepid Studios doesn't know video game company, but I'll say Intrepid Studios, there are no nothing. There is no gifting of anything. The problem you run into is Intrepid Studios doesn't have the authority to tell me what I do with my real world money. Intrepid Studios can't tell me I can't give a guild member a subscription. No video game company can. Now, some video game companies want to make their money, their profit on that, so they offer Apex or Plex or WoW tokens or bonds. But they're not doing that because they want to help facilitate my getting my guild member into the game. They have their own less than altruistic reasons for doing that. What I do outside of the game with my money is what I do outside of the game with my money. Now, what the person does inside the game is what the person does inside the game. All these people that talk about this bullshit, well, they should just flag all money transfers. Are you telling me that you truly believe that there won't be guilds out there that people are turning around and just putting gold into the guild bank so that the guild leader can do stuff like buy elections, buy gear upgrades? Like I would log in Fractured and shit would just have appeared. That's a good guild. That's a guild that has 24-hour officer coverage that gets things done. People log in and like in EVE Online, man. EVE Online, we had a standing 20% tax. And then what we had was operations time. What it was during these windows of operation, the tax rate for the guild goes up to 100%. There were still people you would see farming. They would do their belt ratting and they would fill the corporation's coffers up. You would see the miners would turn in huge cans called operation time. They would just be labeled. Like right now, it would be like 26 Jan operation time. And there would just be like dozens of cans dropped so that they could get their credit. You know, the logistics person comes along and says, the problem is when you pay for gold in game, it promotes botting use, but you didn't pay for it. That's the point. That's why when people need to sit down and understand there's a gray area. At no point in my example was there a 1-for-1 equivalent exchange. There was I'll do this for you out of game, you do this for the guild in game. That person gets their subscription time covered. And that's why people need to realize you can't have a one-size-fits-all banhammer for everything. Now, I also want to... It's hard to combat botting. To me, it seems like they should be able to detect it. It's not hard to combat botting. It is absolutely not hard to combat bots. It's not. It's not hard at all. We have former GMs from game companies here. It's not hard to combat bots. The problem is the companies stopped giving a shit. You know why companies stop giving a shit for some games? Because they've realized that people won't play the game. They won't play the game if they don't have access to gold to buy. Because banning hurts their numbers. Absolutely. There are some companies who are okay with there are some companies that design their economy with botting in mind. I know I'm in the minority, but I hate all these time-exclusive pre-order packs. Would love to get a shot at all these mounts. You're not in the minority. You are not in the minority. The majority of the player base hates the fear of missing out, what they call predatory, but I always slap people when they say it's predatory. Fear of missing out is, you're going to learn about fear of missing out and the sunk cost fallacy. Both of those terms you're going to learn in Marketing 101, probably by the 9th lecture, and I would be amazed if you even made it to 9 before your first exposure to FOMO and sunk cost. You're not in the minority. In fact, the cash shop is a aspect of Ashes of Creation which is getting more and more heat. And then, oh man, it was so funny to me. The people, the forum lawyers who don't know shit about shit, they make me smile. Who try to get into the nuances, they make me smile. I hate that the cosmetics are sold on the concept art form and you see the finished product and it looks very different. Yeah, so Steven has his belief on that. And his belief on that was good in 2017, 2018, 2019. But now it's basically come to the point where people are like, no, that's great. I completely positively understand why you have that philosophy, and his community doesn't share it. And as I've said many times, Steven's been gone from the community for too long. The other day there was a guy who came in, and he's like, guys, I know that I'm a condescending asshole. So if you're going to send me hate mail and tell me you act like a condescending asshole, I'm going to respond with thank you. And when you get even more mad at me, I'm just going to be like, you're like, if you ask my wife, and some people have complained to my wife about me, which I think is funny. She's not a member of the corporation that owns this channel. She's nothing to do with my streaming career, but people have contacted my wife and said, your streamer husband's an asshole. And she'll just respond with, well, why do you think I married him? He's not an asshole to me. I'm not trying to be a condescending asshole, but Steven can have the philosophy that he wants, but he's been out of his community for so long. There are people who don't know who Steven is. And then Steven hasn't talked vision and mission. Steven is no longer the leader of his community. And you guys have heard me say that multiple times on my show. Steven is no longer the leader of his community, and he needs to get back into that position very, very quickly. Very, very quickly, Steven needs to become the leader of his community again, because right now he's not. And then he's got moderators who suck at their job. Not to go too far into any particular details, but Intrepid is at risk of their whole Discord being shut down. Discord put out some very specific terms of services to all the server owners about a year ago, and they said, while we don't want to get into the policing of individual Discord servers, there are some minimum standards you will adhere to, and Intrepid isn't doing that. And so I truly believe that if Intrepid doesn't get on their moderation, most Ricky fucking tick, they're going to find one day our server's just gone. As far as I'm concerned, they can be as predatory and push FOMO as much as they want. I want to stop you right there. Fear of missing out is not predatory. Fear of missing out is not predatory. Predatory techniques refer to things other than FOMO and sunk cost. I gotta pump the brakes there so that everybody understands, because then I end up teaching FOMO, and FOMO is not predatory. Okay, neither is sunk cost. All the other marketing techniques that are used are predatory. That's why all the other ones tend to be illegal. When it comes to cosmetic items, I don't care for them at all, and that's good. But recently you advocated for him to take over Jeff's role. Do you think he could do that and get back into the player community? Well, here's the thing. If you're going to basically be the lead game director anyway, or the lead game designer anyway, then you might as well wear that hat too. The problem is that you have to decide which things are the things you want to do and which things are the things you want to delegate. For example, Zetrix is my website designer. I want to get to the point sometime, hopefully soon, that I can kick Zetrix a check from the company periodically. But right now, unfortunately, the website doesn't generate us any money. So it's not like Zetrix working hard for me, one for one, equates into I can say, okay, Zetrix brought $79 worth of value to the company this month, so Zetrix, go ahead and bill me for $55 because you brought X amount of value to the company minus expenses. This is your cut. And I'd love to be able to do that, but that's just not feasible at the moment. But what Zetrix brings to the company is I'm not wasting entire days fucking around trying to learn one line of JavaScript or one line of CSS, or the way my CSS was done was horrible. It was functional, but it was horrible. So those are the things he brings to the company. Steven needs to figure out what are the things that I really want to be in charge of, and then what are the things that he wants to delegate. But then the things that he delegates, he needs to have standards. Like, for example, like performance reports are a big thing of mine. And on the top of your holy shit, on the top of your performance report, you always have this thing called key duties, tasks, and responsibilities. Assists in developing and implementing training sustainment plan, provides monthly safety training, quarterly security briefings, biannual inspections, analyzes upgrade training requirements, engineers training solutions. So basically, as you see, a lot of in this particular performance report, organizes equipment, support repair, calibration, installation, inspections, and assembly. I have a lot of inspections. I have a lot of training. I give a lot of briefings. So that's what I'm gauged against. Steven needs to, yeah, my military binder, my love me binder. Steven needs to delegate a lot more. Because Steven needs to get himself back into the community. You guys remember the Mask of Zorro. Without me, the whole dang Opry falls apart. Hey, appreciate the Prime sub. Speaking of which, should have the new alerts in time for next week's shows. With that said, Steven needs to start to delegate more. And Steven needs to get back into his community a couple of hours a week. People need to know him. But right now, there's literally people who are like, well, I don't know who this Steven guy is, but he's not the most important person at Intrepid. And you're like, if there is somebody more important at Intrepid, could you please point them out to me? Please point them out to me. Guys, I'm going to jump up real quick. I just got a message from my wife. She's throwing up. And she's thrown up a bunch of times. So I'm going to be AFK for just a minute. I'm going to go check on my wife. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Why does that change? That shouldn't change. Okay. Yeah, she's okay. Anyone having a problem with Discord? I'm not having a problem with Discord. Yeah, the big thing is when Steven's not happy with something, he needs to step up and take corrective action. I would say right now that the problem is that Steven is trying to do absolutely everything. Steven is trying to do absolutely everything, but as I said, I would say that these are absolutely unacceptable results when, and again, guys, I understand that I call out stuff, but Um, I get it. I get it. I'm a jerk, but he shouldn't be here. He should not be here. He's a great dude, right? He's a great dude, but Michael Bacon has been off the team now for 6 days. Why is Michael Bacon still on your website? You would have had 2 weeks notice. You would have had because Michael wouldn't have left you without 2 weeks notice. He just wouldn't have done that. This is one of those, I know some people are going to tell me, well, it's not that big of a deal, Jay. It's not that big of a deal. It is a big deal. Because why is your process so broken? Yeah, it's the Wednesday after the Friday Bacon left. So Michael wouldn't have left without 2 weeks notice. He wouldn't have done that. He's just not, he's not that kind of guy. So how is it you've had 6 days plus 2 weeks notice that you don't have him off your website yet? And then that's where I would turn around and call the person in charge. Like if I was Steven, I would call the person and be like, this is wholly unacceptable. So Steven accepts ownership of it. So, okay, I accept ownership of this. This is my problem. My company has a problem. We need to get a procedure in place so that if any of the leads leave, they are removed from the website no later than their last day. And then why? 5 whys. Why do we do this? Well, because we should be farewelling leads that leave. We should be farewelling the people who are leaving our company so that we get the positive public relations, which is marketing, so that we get the benefit of farewelling our leads. Instead of it becoming a, like, 3 senior people have left Intrepid, and that video gets like 12,000 views. Well, 25 people have left Intrepid. I don't know why you're worried about 3. 25 people have left Intrepid Studios over the years. So that, to me, that's like, people like, it's such a little thing, and I'm like, but it's indicative of a larger problem. I don't understand why the fucking web stuff never gets done right, and why they have not just said, let's hire our own web developers. Zetrix has given them pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of feedback to say, this is wrong, this shouldn't be like this is incorrect. But I mean, it's the devil's in the details, right? The devil's in the details, and they don't care enough. They don't care enough because apparently name reservation after months is still important enough that it's bolded on the detailed list of everything on the store. Name reservation is the most important thing apparently because it's bolded. It's okay. Even I can fix that. Do I have a link to the forum post about the website issues? I don't. The one critical issue took them 1 week to fix. Yeah. Meanwhile, when I break something on the website, when I break something on my website, I can PM Zetrix, and Zetrix is like, hold on, let me log in. And Zetrix will either be like, okay, you did this, or Zetrix will be like, oops, my template doesn't do what it's supposed to. Let me fix the template. And sometimes it's like, sometimes he's like, I'm going to bed. I'll fix this tomorrow. And I'm like, okay, it's not a big deal. Other times he's like, damn it, this is reflection of my work. Let me fix it. 25 left out of how many? Sounds like a normal place to work, which isn't good after you think about it. No, well, 25 have left over 5 years. 25 have left over 5 years, which isn't bad. And I mean, it's nothing to worry about. The standard is people rotate jobs after 2 years in Cali in game development. Having people stay on for 5 years in game development in California is rare. It's really, really rare. So when people make videos called 3 senior people have left Intrepid, well, that doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Say for example, I have a Drake of the Canopy cosmetic. Can I only use it on a Drake dragon mount or to any similar tier mount? Does that apply to other mount cosmetics as well? No, it's not burnout. It's upward mobility. Here, let me explain upward mobility real quick for the people who don't understand why it works like this. So you have Intrepid, you have Blizzard, and you have Riot, right? You have these 3 game companies. And a junior position, right? A junior position at Intrepid is 1 to 3 years experience. And at Blizzard, it's 2 to 5 years experience. And I don't know what it is at Riot, but I want Riot to be the outlier. So I'm going to say 3 to 6 years experience, right? Now, the reason why it works like this is I'd be remiss if I didn't put in this other company, right? This other company has a level called entry level, not just junior. They created one. So for these guys, right? For these guys, it's 1 to 3 experience, right? So what they have here is like entry level, because that marked down, that bebopped over. So what they have is this other company has, it's an earlier category, 1 to 3 years, right? Now, we're just going to call this middle, even though it's not a name. It's just no title, no junior, no senior. So they do 3 to 5. They do, they actually break and they go 4 to 7. And these guys do 5 to 8. And then senior is going to be 5 to 7. These guys are going to be 6 to 9. And these guys are going to be 7 to 10. Right? So now with each of these levels, right, somebody enters into the workforce and they could enter here as an entry level position, or they come into Intrepid at 1 to 3 years experience. Well, they lateral over to Blizzard and then they move down to middle and then they move over here to senior as they get their years of experience. Well, the reason why is because the person came into Intrepid, they've got their 2.5 years experience. That allows them to go to Blizzard because it allows them to get a pay raise. Because at Blizzard, they're paying junior people better than Intrepid. Now, somebody says, well, why doesn't Intrepid just pay its people better? And it's not about them paying their it's not about them paying their people better. It's that, remember, in a hierarchy, you have a lead, and then you might have senior, and then underneath this person, these people all have a varying number of middles, but middles just have no job title. But then underneath these, some of these positions are marked as mentors, trainers of different number of juniors. Well, if you're over here and you're in a junior position, right? If there's no upward mobility, you have to leave the company to get that upward mobility. I want to remind people, junior and senior have nothing to do with responsibility. Junior and senior have to do with years of experience. You are a junior code monkey. So you've got whatever that company calls 1 to 3 years. Would it be great if every company decided to use industry standard one template? Intrepid, Blizzard, Riot, Bethesda, XL Games, if EA, BioWare, Sony, if everybody said entry level is going to be 1 to 3 years, junior is going to be 3 to 5 years. Now, I also want to remind people that you're not going to necessarily always get stuck in a junior position right out of college. Your skill set may be refined enough that right out of college, you get a middle position. You get game designer, not junior game designer. The reason why is there's an occasional person who's shit hot. They're shit hot in college and they graduate college and they're interviewing. They've been doing internships. It's like Talents, who one day Talents is going to graduate school and Talents is going to be in for a rude awakening in the real world. The real world really doesn't like smartasses. I hope he can turn that shit off. He said he had a buddy who got a job right out of college, but then his next statement was, but he'd been working at game companies since he was like 15 years, or working as a programmer since he was 15. The phrase right out of college means you don't have any work experience. If your work experience predates your diploma date, you didn't get a job right out of college. It was your first job leaving college, but the phrase right out of college, it's just like the phrase in talks means negotiation. It translates to we're negotiating. Right out of college means you literally had no other experience. You, right out of college, got a job making 6 figures. The guy that already has 5 years of work experience or 7 years of work experience was going to get a piece of paper because he's got the foresight to know I'm going to need that piece of paper, not today, not tomorrow. I'm going to need that piece of paper 15 years from now. You guys know on my Jahlon on channel, I did a video where I talk about college isn't always the answer. College isn't always the answer. College is only the answer if you know what the question is. You guys know I'm adamantly against telling kids to go to college right after high school. Yeah, congratulations. Go get $60,000 worth of college debt to get a piece of paper that you're never going to use because you decide 2 years after 2 years after college graduation, you got $60,000 in debt and you decide that you really want to be an HVAC specialist. So, college is an answer. It's not the answer. Anyway, can I only use the Drake dragon mounts? No, you can use any mount on the appropriate tier and type. So the Drake, if it's a gliding mount, you can put it on any tier 2 glider. Tier 1 is ground mounts. Tier 2 is gliding, hovering, a couple of other things, jumping. So how do you plan to deal with cheaters? Situation where a hacker adds stats to himself by hacking. So let me break this out into 2 things. How do you plan to deal with cheaters? Number 1, figure out how they did it. Number 2, close the loophole. Number 3, ban everybody who took advantage of it. If you have the ability to add stats to yourself, your coding people are horrible. I hate when people ask questions like this, because remember, a question has to be answerable. How do you plan on dealing with cheaters? Situations where a hacker adds stats to himself. You mean by hacking and not necessarily 10 times more, he can add a little. Well, it's really simple. First of all, you can verify your character database, and basically you run a pivot table. You run a pivot table periodically to make sure that there aren't cheats. You basically grab the known attribute configuration of a Vec High Priest. So you take the Vec High Priest, you query your database for Vec High Priests at level 50, and then you pull all them, and then you run a pivot table against what their stats should be, right? And then if somebody's got 64 intelligence and everybody else has, 57, you grab that character and you're like, what the hell's going on with this character? Because I'm only looking for base stats, not gear added. You shouldn't be able to have that many. And then you find out, oh, this person's cheating. The other problem to that is, people shouldn't be able to add stats to their character. And if they can, then your server is bad. Your server is, or your coding is, you've done something wrong. Once you know how they did it, by the way, it's really easy to do a database audit. Yeah. Once you know how they do it, that's what Cacao did. Once somebody exposed what the vulnerability was, they were able to use the vulnerability. But if your game is in a point where somebody can hack your database to give themselves extra stats, you've got bigger problems. Steven, you mentioned at one point players would be able to run businesses like taverns in order to cater to other players and sell them food or drinks for limited time buffs. Is it possible for players to run various types of shops for the different artisan paths within a node center? Yes, it's already confirmed. So you can set up a stall. Although Intrepid needs to flip the name stall and store, because those are backwards. How will gear modifiers allow us to customize our character builds? Will 2 people with the same archetypes selected be able to make 2 different playstyle characters by diversifying their gear? Yes. with the same archetype selected, because remember, archetype is only the first one, and then class is the combination of two. Uh-oh. So so yeah, you would be able to have two characters of the same archetype, even the same class, with different gear to change their playstyles. Do you think people are likely to buy food often? Yes, absolutely. Or will it be negligible? This is a mistake many games have made, and I hope they won't fall for it. What's the mistake? Having to buy food? Absolutely, you should have to buy food, because food is a gold sink. Food is absolutely a gold sink that needs to happen, because the tax part of that, the more not having to buy, no, I think having to buy food is fine. Some players are going to complain about it, but at the same time, some players are going to complain about everything every day of the week. So I think making people buy food is a great thing. It creates a need on the gatherers. It creates taxes opportunities, because every time that item changes hands through official means, there's a little nibble. There's a little nibble of taxes taken away. So I'm trying for the third month in a row, because this question I posted apparently was identified as multiple questions. If you are in a dungeon and run into a group of mixed mobs, and the mob in your target dies, the game chooses the next mob that will come into your target by closest to you, or has the least amount of hit points, or maybe deals the most damage to you, or totally random. Again, I've answered this question for this person. I've typed out the answer. It is all going to depend on what you choose to set your tab button to. Your tab button can be, what should happen is you should auto target the next mob that hits you, because that's standard tab behavior. I kill them, the mob that I have locked in target dies. No, we're not. We are absolutely not doing that. The mob you have locked dies. The next mob to hit you becomes your locked ability, and then your tab key determines if you want to target closest to farthest or farthest to closest. This person's question, they're making their question to seem way more important than it is. This is a non-starter. By the least amount of hit points, I can't think of a game where the tab target ability targets the least amount of hit points. I've never seen a game do the targeting like that. How far do you guys plan on taking the mantling climbing in the game? See, here's the problem. Ready? Here's the problem. Ashes of Creation is barely a concept at this point. It's barely a concept, because they don't even have combat decided on. So it's barely a concept. However, people want to know about the parkour and the mantling. This is the problem with the gaming culture. Why are people worried about the fucking parsley on the plate when the steak is either burnt or raw? Like, focus on the big picture, man. Are you going to play the game if the combat sucks, the dungeon sucks, the trade system sucks, the crafting sucks, but hot damn, that mantling is amazing? No. Focus on the key system, or it's rotten, exactly. With the Intrepid Studios team currently morphing, adding, removing team members, how does Intrepid ensure a consistent experience from the start of the project all the way to the launch and upkeep phases? All right, this is one of those things that you don't have any idea how project management works. These people down here, right? These people down here and these people here have absolutely nothing to do with the vision, the mission, and the direction. They have absolutely nothing to do with the vision, the mission, and the direction. What they do have is feedback. However, the feedback loop doesn't mean that these people change the vision, the mission, or the direction. These people give feedback up the food chain. This lead then goes to Steven, and then Steven makes changes to the vision, the mission, or the direction. So it doesn't matter if you're adding people, losing people, swapping people. It amazes me how many people don't understand organizational leadership, organizational hierarchy. It's not like, you know, it's not like I own a pizzeria and then a new hire comes in and says, you know what, we're gonna start selling Chinese food, and then that low head on the totem pole, actually the high head on the totem pole, because most people don't understand totem poles, but that low level person doesn't come in and swap my pizzeria for a Chinese place. What that low level person does is they come in and they say, hey, you know what? For this particular area, we would be better suited if we changed. We're not making a lot of money as a pizza place, but you know, we could make a lot of money as a Chinese place. Brings in some numbers, brings in some facts, brings in some figures. The boss makes the change. So when people say, how does Intrepid ensure a consistent experience from the start of the project all the way to the launch? Because that's why you have Steven. That's why you have the man, the myth, the legend, the top of the food chain, the apex predator who says, this is my vision, this is my mission, this is my direction. Now, one of the things that does bother me about Intrepid Studios, has bothered me from day one, is, well, not day one, year 2018, is how the hell did we end up with an action combat game when they said they were going to be a tab enhanced game? How the hell did we end up here? Steven should have just stuck to his guns way back in the beginning, not done a battle royal, and just done a tab target game, and the game would be like infinitely closer to release. And I know what some people are going to say. Action is the wave of the future. Really? Because WoW and Final Fantasy are on the phone, and they're both telling you you're wrong. Hi. Hi. You want to be seen? You know, you're going to just hide. You're just going to hide. Look at he knows there's a camera. Look at that. Hi. Where's the cam? Oh, where's the camera? Where's the camera? You're back here making all this noise. You're back here making all this noise. You're pawing me? Can they see you? You're such a handsome fellow. He is. He's very shy. You're such a handsome fellow. Hi. You guys can't see him. I've got my hands behind my back. He's pawing at my hands. He's biting my fingers. He just wants attention. He wants attention, but he doesn't want to be. Oh wait, can I get him? Can we get him? I think I'm gonna get you. Oh no, the camera angle no longer can get him when he's on the chair. I had to move the camera because I needed the mounting bracket. Kitty cam when it's set up, it was set up to have a kitty cam, but the clock back there, I used to have that. There's a camera mount back there. I used to have it back there, but now the other camera is, I had to put the camera on the clock for the time being. So, I had to put the camera up on top of the clock for the moment because I don't have the mounting bracket I need for behind me. Don't standing desks become a thing? Yeah, I have a standing desk. I love my standing desk. Become tiring? Oh, become tiring? No. The thing about standing desks is that you notice I stand up, I sit down. It helps with the blood flow. It's a good time, man. I love my I have 2 sit-stand desks. I have one downstairs too. My other desk is a sit-stand desk. That one's a little bit more difficult to use, but I'm curious why they actually have to talk about this live stream. The first part of the month, they were transferring over to Unreal Engine 5, so I don't feel like there would be enough time to have significant to present. Okay, so number one, You got the uplift? Awesome. You are absolutely right. Anti-fatigue mats? Yes, there are. That would be... Well, that's cool. Hey, guys. Vanish. Where'd I go? I have an anti-fatigue mat as well. So... You should totally do a giveaway for a desk. I will do a giveaway for an uplift desk when we start having like 20,000 monthly subscribers. So when we start having 20,000 monthly subscribers, I will give away a sit-stand desk. You have my word on that. Yeah, I got some military grade cloaking gear. You're damn right. Damn right we do. Your desk costs 1,700. My desks, each of my desks were about 1,100 or 1,200. But here, let me do the math. Ready? Yeah. I got you. When we have 20,000, the first month we have 20. In fact, not even 20,000. The first month we have 5,000 subscribers on the channel. I'll give away an uplift desk. I will give away an uplift desk. So, is this a constantly iterative process, or has the vision pretty cemented and the team members follow a pretty structured guideline? There's a Raj giving away one. A Raj is going to get us there. Yeah, team members follow a pretty structured guideline. That's how that works. When will we know more about freehold buildings and what skins apply to which buildings? Great question. What is the development team's take on Sword Art Online, and how do you see similarities in Ashes of Creation and Sword Art Online, i.e. the crafting system, the learning curve, and the repercussions, positive, negative, for your actions? Good question. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Sword Art Online, is this a troll comment? So, as I said earlier, whenever you ask a developer a question, the question has to be answerable. It has to be something that they can give an answer to. It has to be something they are ready to give an answer about. They're not going to tell you their take on Sword Art Online and how do I see similarities in Ashes of Creation, because let's be honest, Sword Art Online is an anime, and there's really not any similarities between an anime and an MMORPG. You should have way better sources of influence than an anime. Because Sword Art Online is silly in its concept and its premise to begin with. Everybody wants that deep dive MMO, right? Everybody wants that deep dive MMO, but it's like, yeah, it's a full dive MMO. The Zero Games is a full dive, the tape, yeah. So the other thing is, somebody said the other day that there should be a level of realism in MMOs. Well, I want to challenge your statement that there should be a level of realism, because then does it take you 7 years to become a blacksmith? Because you know that you know that apprentice blacksmiths start working at the forge when they're 7 or 8 years old, and their only job is to sit, or their only job is to work the bellows. At first they have to use both hands to work the bellows, and then when they get strong enough, the blacksmith forces them to one hand use the bellows, because using the bellows one-handed builds the same muscle that you need to hammer. Now, the reason why they use both hands to work the bellows is so their other hands get strong enough to reach in, use the tongs, reach in, grab the metal, and you're constantly working. But people don't realize, when you study 200 years ago, 400 years ago, 500 years ago, they had their methodology of training their apprentices, and it made sense. The methodology was, I have one apprentice who's 7 or 8 who's working the bellows, while my next apprentice is learning this, while my almost ready to go on his journey, his traveling apprenticeship, you know, but I don't want that level of realism. I don't want to have to work in the bellows hitting AD, AD, AD for days and days and days at a time to get out of level 1 through 5 blacksmithing. I also want to remind people that if MMORPGs had realism, then you would only have one class, which would mean your class chart would be not just this, your class chart would also be this. Like, if you guys remember Final Fantasy XIV, the original launch of it, I started off as a botanist, and people laughed at me. But do you guys remember starting off as a botanist? There were abilities you got for a botanist that if you started the game as a botanist, you had certain abilities that you could not get if you got a hatchet and became a botanist. Botanists, miners, and fishers who started the game as one of those 3 things had access to root core traits that you could never get unless you started character that way. However, I did enjoy my 25 minutes of beating the squid with throw rock. That's all you could do. Throw a rock at him. If you want your game to have a level of realism, then you're a botanist. You're a gatherer. You're a gatherer who might get some combat abilities, but you're a gatherer. People need to stop with the realism. Too much realism begins to mimic real life. As a real life player of 41 years, I confirm it's not that great. The grind in Vera is bad. Yeah, I will say this. Real life is great, man. The death penalty sucks, and the graphics have been getting worse every year. So the graphics have been getting all cloudy. So, question about racial lore. With all the lore being built, will we be giving naming conventions based on the individual races and cultures? Yes. I think this is one thing. You guys know my opinion. I am not against RPing. I am not against RPing. I like RPing. I'm against people who try to force RPing on others. I'm not against RPing. I think RPing is great. I'm a LARP storyteller. I like LARP storytelling. I like creating worlds for people to live in. I would love to find a LARP, a vampire LARP, or a white wolf LARP that I could run now. I would almost consider running it full time, like 24/7, because I love storytelling. I think that this is important because, with all the lore being built, will we be given naming conventions? Yes, I think we need those. I think we need those. It's hard to name your character appropriately. I'm all for a little bit of immersion. You know, I saw somebody's name in Final Fantasy where it was like Bob's Final Fantasy 14 character. That was their name. And I was like, that's immersion breaking. Would I ever run a tabletop for PGN? You know, 46 Nation, I started working on that, and then I put that in a book, and I set it to the side because number one, I took a contract to write some white papers, because I was bored. And then right now I'm working on the stream. Like, I'm trying to work on more things like this for the stream, little things like this that make the stream easier. The things that I did earlier, or the thing that I have access to where I do this, and then I do this, and then it automatically brings up whatever I cut and paste on the other screen. So, hey. So, and then the other thing I'm trying to work on right now is I'm trying to work on a feature where you guys can control the stream. There's gonna be I'm trying to work right now I'm working on StreamerBot, which isn't really like StreamerBot is a little goofy for what I'm trying to do, but I gotta meet with a programmer who can write custom code. What I really want is I want you guys to be able to like do something to the stream, like change to say for example, change to this, and then have someone like clean this up a little bit. But the piece that I'm looking for is that I want it to automatically revert back to this in 10 or 12 seconds. I realized there's a really great content creator coach. His name is Nutty. He does a lot of cool things, but he is a more E for entertaining streamer. He does like silly stuff. That's not me. I'm more E for educational. So, what contemporary non-MMO games are the development team currently taking inspiration from? Again, dude has a hacker setup. What, you talking my, you talking the fact that I have all of this back there is my beast of a machine. You talking the verticals? Vertical monitors, man. So, you're ready to hack the mainframe? No, what it is that widescreen monitors are great, except widescreen monitors don't give you a lot of real estate for streaming. And then you see my stream is widescreen on the bottom, and then I use the slot on the top to put the stuff that I want. It really didn't make good decisions buying my hardware, but it is what it is. Again, what games is the development team taking inspiration from? They're not going to answer this question. The reason why they're not going to answer this question is every time you say publicly, we're taking inspiration from X, Y, or Z game, then X, Y, or Z game turns around and starts taking notes. And if you make your game look too much like their game, then they're going to show up and they're going to be like, here's an injunction because you copied our systems. Now, what some people are going to say is you can't copyright systems. And the answer is you are correct. You cannot copyright systems. But yeah, great for playing, not good for streaming. You can't copyright game systems, but you can't make your game look too much like anybody else's. Like, for example, you'll notice that Ashes of Creation has a warlock. Their warlock is a mage summoner. Their warlock will not have permanent minions and dot damage, because if you did permanent minions and dot damage, then WoW's going to be like, that looks a lot like our warlock. Now, what you're going to say is, well, they can't copyright that. You're right, they can't, but that doesn't stop them from tying you up in court and delaying your launch. Remember, the tabletop game Rifts that I love dearly was involved in a lawsuit against Trion Worlds when Trion Worlds was trying to release their game as Rifts, Plains of Teleria. Rifts Palladium Books, the owner of Rifts, said that's a trademarked name. They were back and forth in court, and they were going to come to a settlement, and then all of a sudden the Trion lawyer said, so, Your Honor, is it the word Rifts? and the judge was like, yeah, Rifts is a registered trademark. He's like, can we just call our game Rift, Plane of Teleria? And because he's like, it's really only one main rift, and then there's sub rifts. And the judge was like, well, yeah, because Rifts is trademarked, but you can't trademark the word. They don't have a trademark on Rift, and so that's how it ended. Trion's like, okay, we're going to rename our game. We had to reprint some marketing material. We're just going to rename our game and go forward with it. And you know, it's Trion was caught up in litigation. You know, you got your first widescreen monitor from the J store. Now I just need to set it up. Yeah, right. Appreciate. Oh, by the way, guys, I do appreciate it if you look down below. If you're gonna make any purchases through Amazon, go through my Amazon storefront or let me know what you're buying so I can give you a link. Really helpful to the community. Costs you nothing but helps pay for all this smooth jazz that we keep hearing. Uh-oh, there it is. Look at that. PGN Music on Spotify and YouTube. Very sexy. Look at that guy. That looks like me. Can you share some of the work you guys have done on the audio side of development to bring the game's sound elements to your high standards? No, because the audio is still placeholder. Looks like Harry Potter though. Shut up. Combat targeting. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It was mentioned in passing by Jeff a while back that enemies might detect by sound scent. Is this sort of thing on the table, and should we look forward to seeing it implemented in Alpha 2? This is, it has to be made right. Yes, Jeff said that enemies might detect by sound, scent, or sight. This was big in Final Fantasy XI. This was really, really, really big in Final Fantasy XI. You had to have sneak oil and you had to have scent powder. Otherwise mob, and there was 3. You had to get rid of your scent, you had to get rid of your sound, and you had to get rid of your sight. There were certain areas the only way to get through was to use all 3 consumables. I love when mobs can detect on sound or scent. But this brings up leashing and kiting and a lot of other different features. During character creation, will there be postures as an option distinguished from other players, also to show personality of each character? Example of postures could be slouching, straight back while head up. What do you mean to distinguish from other players? Final Fantasy has sight sound detecting. No. 14 doesn't have sight or sound detection. Final Fantasy 14 has an aggro radius, but I mean, if you can give me an example of a mob, I'll go double check. People have told me that in the past, but they just, if you get into the radius, the mob, no, if you get into the radius of the mob, it's going to aggro you. You can, if you, like, for example, if you come up behind a mob, if there's an example, yeah, you can walk behind creatures, right? So if this creature is facing this way, you can walk this way, right? There's a sight cone. I should say more specifically, there's a sight cone, but it's I wouldn't say it's a sight cone. I would say it's front facing, because a sight cone would be the mob sees you and comes over here. So it's a sight cone inside of an aggro radius, to be more specific. But yeah, you are correct. I more specifically, yes. There's a sound radius and a vision cone. You know, I'm going to say I don't believe there is, because you need to give me a very specific mob so I can go check it. I have not been aggroed in years walking behind a mob. Yeah, mobs in the Palace of the Dead. Palace of the Dead, yes. but not in the general game. If you get too close, they'll attack you even if you're behind them. You would have to give me a specific mob so I could go check it. I've checked them in the past. People told me like the Malboros over in Black Shroud will do it, and the way I check that is I log out and I log back in. I log out, I log back in if the mob is, because Tamir will be looking at the mob. She knows where I logged out, and she'll be like, okay, log back in. I'll stand there. I'll move. They don't aggro me. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If you're hitting the hitbox, I don't think that's sound. Not to the level that Final Fantasy 14 did sound. Final Fantasy 14, if you were anywhere near the mob moving without sneak oil on, the mob would aggro on you. So, I mean, it would be interesting. I would love to see him aggro on sound, scent, and sight. I would love that. Especially you have to know the mobs, you have to carry the appropriate counter. Plus, it could make a way to get through dungeons a little bit easier. You don't want to aggro the 15 goblins while use sneak powder. I gotta walk out of the room one more time. Be right back. I shouldn't have picked up the cat. Now I have his dander all over me. But yeah, as far as, will there be postures as an option to distinguish from other players and also to show the personality of each character? These are emotes. They're not gonna, I'm gonna actually skip that today because I'm not feeling well. I keep leaving the room. I don't want to have my expensive hat on if I'm gonna step out of the room to vomit. I see what the person's going for, but these are emotes. Again, these are really nice things. I imagine they mean a default on how your character stands, like an idle animation. Again, great things, but I don't think we need these at launch. I don't want Intrepid to get caught up in the details and then not get the core game done. But I think that these would be better off earned in game, not given at character creation. If you want to change how your character poses, earn that stuff in game. I think that's a much better answer than just giving it to you at creation. Any updates on player cartography? If so, will extensive exploration or familiarity with an environment impact the quality? Well, yes. If you're going to do cartography, do it right. But this is one of the things that we're still waiting on. Are they going to have cartography included in the game? I think they should, but it's a matter of, can they do it? Can they put all of these little things into the game before launch? If you are corrupted, will guards attack you if you are a citizen of that node? The answer is yes. Once you are corrupted, your citizenship doesn't matter. You are viewed as a monster. Shadow Disciple Cultist are very appealing to me. Can we get a possible breakdown of how these two will differ? Both are Rogue Cleric, but I'd like to hear more. Will Rogue be part of Alpha 2? I might actually answer this for the person. Nope. Wrong person. Appreciate the subscription. It's like, I feel the need to answer that particular question so people can understand. You kill a man in a city, but you're a citizen of the city. Will I go to jail? Yeah, right? Might we see My question is about leveling up your characters. Will there be a main or regional story quest line? Yes, there is a main overarching story quest. Might we see directional nameplates that hide the NPC player names when you're not in direct full view of combat for dip? Okay, first of all, go fuck yourself. And I'm trying to say this as politely as possible. First of all, go fuck yourself if you are going to use the phrase for deep and rich immersion when it comes to nameplates. Motherfucker, when I look out my window and I see people, nameplates don't appear above their head. Nameplates and immersion have nothing the fuck to do with each other, okay? I am so tired of gamers, especially in the Ashes of Creation community, using the word immersion like a fucking club to beat everybody over the head with. My immersion, bro, fuck you. Immersion is supposed to be how close to this being a living, breathing world is it in comparison to the actual living, breathing world. There are not nameplates over people's heads. There are not nameplates over people's heads in the real world. So this has nothing to do with immersion. So stop trying to use buzzword bingo to get the developers to try to bring your thing you want. Ready? Can we get directional nameplates that hide NPC or player names when not in your direct field of view? Sure. Yes. Let them answer that question. I want nameplates to be available all the time. If you are at 59.9 meters that way and my field of view is 60 meters, I want to see your nameplate. I don't care if I'm looking this way and you're kind of off in my peripheral. I want to see your nameplate because your nameplate is going to be what gets my attention. Maybe it's only 30 meters. Maybe it's only 20 meters. If the engagement range is 30 meters, I should see nameplates a little further away than my engagement range. I should have that 1 or 2 second notification that you're about to walk into my my 1 or 2 second notification. I don't want to see it if you're behind a wall. You don't want to see it. I do. I want to know there's a guy back there. Because remember, your nameplate, the nameplate popping up does things that compensates for the rest of the senses. You would be, I don't want you to see me if I'm behind a wall, and I don't give a shit what you want. Because you can go so far as to say you don't want me to be able to target you if you're behind a wall, and that's cool. However, you're behind the wall. I watched you walk behind the wall. I suddenly don't forget you're behind the wall. I see you walk behind the wall. I suddenly don't forget you're there. I know you're there. If you stealth, then your nameplate should go away. Right? But I know you're back there. I can hear you moving. Right? What if you never saw me to begin with? Then you're in stealth. The problem is, Dark Paladin, this is another one of those things that you have to remember at the end of the day. If I was hiding behind it, laying an ambush, again, you have to remember, this is a game. The nameplate compensates for all the things. Is stealth available to everyone? No. You want to lay an ambush? Be a rogue. The problem is the nameplate appearing represents all of the senses that the character has that the player doesn't. For example, when you play tabletop, even though you can see a mob on the map, like here, let's just do this real quick. No, I don't want to remove the painting scene. So you're walking through the dungeon, right? And it's like this. And your player is here. And the DM says, roll your D20 for perception check. If you pass your perception check, the DM tells you there's something around the corner. If you fail your perception check, the DM says, okay, you can continue on. And when you move into this position, this thing puts eyeballs on you and it says, oh, hi, we're in combat now. You walked into combat. You now are flanked to your side, right? If the dice says he sees you, your name is there. Right. But now you're talking about adding. Kind of would be cool if Rangers could see nameplates behind the wall. No. Why? Only Rangers have perception? Why do only Rangers have perception? The thing that you're talking about here is you're making an MMORPG, but do you want to have rogues not have stealth and everybody have a default stealth rating and everybody have a default perception rating? It would be cool if we got to the level of technology where default stealth and default perception were a thing. However, I don't... these fucking people. I don't think we're at the point where we can create that. You didn't see me behind the wall, but I heard you coughing. I heard you breathing. There are the people, that's why certain people are like, you're a hey, there's a wall there. Well, I'm going to investigate the wall. It would be cool if there was a perception check. Absolutely. The problem is, how do you put perception checks? There should not be ambushing in MMORPGs because your character has abilities that you do not, right? Your character has a level of perception. It's just like, I can very slowly do this, right? I don't have to be looking at my door to know when somebody's out there. When somebody's walking on my second floor, I can feel the vibrations in the floor. I know, like, and this is one thing that my massage therapist taught me about being in a room and being aware of things going on in a room. Massage therapists, when they walk around you, they oftentimes they'll touch you, like, as they walk around you. They're working on your left side, they touch your left shoulder, they come up to your right, they touch your right shoulder, then they go to the right side of your back. It's to put you at ease. It's to calm your brain down because your brain isn't falling into that fight or flight mode, right? And you're like, okay, I'm in my fight or flight mode because this person keeps basically vanishing from my perception, and then reappearing in my perception. Your brain automatically wants to fight new threats. Even though it's not a threat, it's an unknown. So when you say, like, I don't want my nameplate to appear behind the wall, well, that'd be great if we were in a full deep dive MMORPG where the player's senses and the character's senses are exactly the same thing, but we're not at that level of a technology yet. How do you feel about certain types of familiars, rangers, pets can detect stealth? Not every... I don't think familiars should be able to detect stealth. Because now you've created a meta that you have to have X number of rangers in your group. I think stealth is something that should exist. I think it's fine that stealth exists. But I don't think we should start playing the... This archetype can counter stealth. This one can't. This does X. This does Y. I don't think we do that. It's like it becomes meta. It becomes a developer-driven meta. It's just like in every coterie of Vampire the Masquerade. You always have one person play a Toreador or a Malkavian or a Tremere. Those three clans every coterie has one of because they have auspice or auspex, so they can detect stealth enemies. Well, now you're metagaming it because you're trying to defeat the storyteller, and the storyteller's like, well, there you go. The stealth is designed will be player driven given the PS2 visibility cloak. One, or maybe the player can see a plate but keep it blank and neutral if it's beyond line of sight. The problem now is you're trying to you're putting too much effort into one nuanced part of the game. Now we're getting into a ridiculous amount of play and counterplay for stealth. The games, you're not playing spy versus spy. You're not playing assassination games, which is a good book, by the way. You're not playing those games. You're talking about a very minute part. Should they lose tab target lock? Should you be able to target them through the wall? No. Should you be able to detect them through the wall? Yes. Otherwise, you're gonna have people doing the cha-cha slide behind the wall, but using action abilities. So they're gonna be peeking out from behind the wall to throw ground reticles that hit you, but then you're gonna lose all track of them. Just my opinion on pets detecting stealth. I think certain pets should detect stealth only like 5 meters from you, but not sending your pet out to look for the rogue. No, pets shouldn't detect stealth at all, period. If you're going to be able to detect stealth, then stealth shouldn't be a rogue skill. Stealth should be an anybody utility skill, and then you really have to think about why you've picked rogue as one of the 8 archetypes. Remember, stealth is supposed to be an advantage for the rogue. It is supposed to be something the rogue gets. We're already talking about a game that doesn't have standard full immunity, full invulnerability, full vanished detection. We're talking about a predator style. We're talking about a... Why are you there? You shouldn't be there. Okay, we're talking about a Predator-esque cloak that makes you slightly visible. What if it made the rogue slightly more visible? Again, no. The rogue has already been... The stealth in Ashes has already been downgraded for all the problems. For all the problems that rogues have in other games. I don't see there's a... You could see that, right? Yeah, you could see that. If the person's moving too fast, it's camouflaged. Yeah, anybody can sneak in tabletop. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, anybody can sneak in tabletop. That's why I think if you're going to make the rogue's stealth even more watered down than it already is, then I have to ask the question, what are you going to give the rogue to make up for it? And why don't we just give stealth as a utility skill to everybody? And people would be like, well, the rogue's supposed to have it. And I'm going to be like, and what? The rogue is supposed to have it. And the rogue doesn't. Everybody has it. It's just like in tabletop games, everybody can perform, like Rifts, everybody can attempt first aid. Stealth is annoying for opponent, but it's okay if it's not invisibility. Yeah, stealth is annoying. If you guys know anything about Heroes of the Storm, or you know World of Warcraft's stealth, Valeria in Heroes of the Storm, she and Nova, they both get this half a second unrevealable when they stealth. I can see you, I know exactly where you are, and you have a unrevealable. That's stealth to a bullshit level. If I can see you, I should be able, like if I hit you with an AoE, you should not be able to maintain stealth. I wonder if you can see the stealth people in Snow and Water in game. Hold on, I gotta go check on my wife. She's really sick today. I want to make sure she's okay. Sorry, Tamir isn't feeling well, and I'm starting to get a really bad headache. It's like adaptive camouflage. It's not it's invisible only to buy a few precious seconds to run our attack. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if you can see stealth people in Snow and Water. I only reason I ask is Steven's showing off footprints. Yeah, I imagine that they will get rid of the I imagine that stealth will get rid of your footprints. But again, that's going to be up to them. It's going to be up to them depending on how they want stealth to work. I don't think the stealth in Ashes is, I don't think it's good. I think the stealth is gonna have to I think the stealth is gonna have to get tweaked several times. You could still see in APOC, you could still see people running across the map. Yeah, that was because they implemented a good idea very poorly. People were able to turn down their graphics, and plus the layering allowed you to see people running across the map. You got COVID while at Disney and you started with a headache, only lasted 3 days, then no symptoms. That sucks, man. Getting COVID on vacation. By using the mechanic they plan on, you will be able to see them assuming you're paying attention, but then you will see people adjusting their monitors gamut. Yeah, so that's the other problem. You can't control what people can change on their monitors. And even with Unreal Engine 5, you can't control what people do locally. It's like a lot of times players like to scream, well, they're cheating. Well, I can change any file. I can change any file on my computer. It's not a console. So when they're like, well, they should have mandatory stats that you can't change. Sure. And you can do that, and but you have to put in a server side, value into the fields. And then the client side can't override. Like, the server's going to send the information as a packet. The client side gets told, like, you change a value from 4 to 1, client side. And the client's like, okay, I'm going to make this a 1. And the server's like, yep, that's awesome, but you're going to show it as a 4. They could check some of the files at load time. The problem is that the INI file for most game engines can be changed locally. And when you change it locally, it changes how the client behaves. Most of them. I don't know Unreal Engine 5. I know both Unreal Engine 3, Unreal Engine 4, and CryEngine 3. You could change your engine system INI file, and it changes how the server and the client communicate in real time. Also, the problem is there's a lot of features that are in an engine that they don't give you a slider for in settings. And what they need to do is, if you don't want them to change those settings, you need to tell the server, regardless of what the client wants, you will show, like, so you want to show the client's asking to show this data as a 4, but the server says you will show it, or the client wants to show it as a 1 minimum. But the server says, that's awesome, but you will force override and you will show this particular information at a 4. The problem with that is players don't like being told how they can use the hardware. Have I played Anarchy Online? Yes, I played Anarchy Online when dinosaurs still roamed the earth. I played Anarchy Online when Anarchy Online was like the new kid on the block. The best class design of any MMO? I would say it was up there, but I would say the best class design I've ever seen is EVE Online. And you're going to say, but EVE Online doesn't have classes. And I'm going to say, you're right. And you're going to be like, well, what do you mean? I think the best class design is where, with enough time, everybody can do everything. with enough time. I think it's interesting when, see, I don't like the design where the class is all about the kit. Dark Age of Camelot, I mean, I played Dark Age of Camelot as well. I was really hopeful for Camelot Unchained, but then Camelot Unchained seems to have died a slow, painful death. But I think it would be great if hold on, do I have the core book? Let me see if I have the core book. I think I have the core book. I do. So hold on one second. Just let me grab. Oh, I forgot that this book is way different. This book has they took their core book and they put like everything in it ever. So okay, I think that should work. Oh, what are you doing? Come on. Okay, so you're not gonna let me. Okay. So in a tabletop game, you guys are all familiar with this. You have skills you get from your class, your OCC skill, your occupational character class. You get a language, you get another language, you get basic electronics or basic mechanics. You get you know, everything go down. But then as you go into your OCC related skills, it tells you medical. You can only take first aid. So if you start off with this class, then you know as your character grows, you're never going to be able to be a medical doctor with this class. You know, you can only do gambling and find contraband. You can only do basic and advanced math. See, I think the problem is that we focus on classes and we only focus on their combat abilities, their adventuring class bits and pieces, but we don't create other stuff. We don't create other bits and pieces that the characters should focus on. So I think it would be nice if there were other things tied to your character. Cowboys, gambling, robots, and power armor. What tabletop is this from? It's called Rifts. It's amazing. Rifts is absolutely amazing. Best tabletop game I've ever played. The one thing that interests me of Mortal Online 2 is the classless system. I love skill systems because of the gradual power increases of the big boom level. I applied to be a Mortal Online 2 content creator. I probably won't get into their program, but I applied to be a content creator, cover their game for them. So no, but I truly believe it would be great. It would be absolutely great if there was more going on. But the problem is how do you do some of those? Like, how do you do some of those things? Am I a fan of directional combat? Yeah, depending on the game. So for an MMORPG, like a traditional MMORPG, no, I'm not a fan of directional combat. But I'm a fan of Mortal Online 1. I'm a fan of Chivalry 2. So yeah, I like directional combat. I just don't think directional combat would fit for Ashes. In Ultima Online, you had classes. If you wanted to be a sword master, you needed to master sword and tactics to get that title. Yeah, so that's the other thing. That if I was going to design an MMO, I would not do what Ashes is doing. I would make it so you get X skills. And then when you want to unlock skills, you go and find the skills in the world. You go and hunt down skill masters. You go and do things. Occasionally, you got to be paying attention to your book. Occasionally, you'll figure out, like, you've used a Whirlwind Strike 20,000 times, and suddenly you get, like, an augment to it or a change to it. How do you make all those other additional things relevant enough to be impactful? Again, yes. I love games where you have to earn classes. Gives a huge feeling of accomplishment. I agree with you. I agree with you. Like, one of the things I said for the game, for the tabletop, or for the MMO that I have thousands of pages of notes on, for example, it's in the post-apocalyptic world, right? And you come across a thing. You come across this thing, but you don't have archaeology. You don't have sociology. All you get is random junk item. You as a player have no idea what the item is, because you as a character have no idea what the item is. This is random junk item. You come across bits and pieces, and you're like, no idea what the value is. But then you take those items to somebody with archaeology, sociology, and you're like, oh. The other one is you come across this, and your character has basic familiarity. You know this is called a book, but your character doesn't have the literacy skill. So your character is out in the middle of like a ruin, and your character is you bring back 12 books. You remember the movie oh my god, the Book of Eli. The Book of Eli. Those guys bring back books. They drop down. You were on top of it. He brings back books, dumps them on the table. The guys don't have any idea what they are, but the mayor does. He knows the book he's looking for. Those guys don't know what the books are. So Waterworld 2, yeah, Waterworld to an extent, but Book of Eli is really where this concept comes from. So my guildmates, they don't want to take, my guildmates are like, I ain't wasting 2 character creation points on no bullshit literacy. So characters go out and they're like, hey Jay, we've got all these books. Yeah, just give them to me. And I just pay out guild money. But then people don't realize that Jay has like electronics 4, engineering 4. And then the next time you come in, hey Jay, I want more money. And Jay's like, no. What's that? It's an 8-barrel pistol. You better run. Like, oh shit, where did he get that? He's got a gun. That's kind of like what Rifts is. In a lot of parts of the world in Rifts, there's no mega damage technology, but you get the guy that can build it because he's got the skill set. I think that is what we need in MMO. I don't think for Ashes, but I think we need an MMO where you wake up like in 7 Days to Die, and then you've picked some basic skills, and your character development, maybe you don't get proficient in melee combat, which is the easy route. But after a couple of months, you know how to use guns. You know how to clean them. You know how to make ammo. So yeah, those melee guys who have been kings of the server since the very beginning, like, they literally can fire a gun once, and they don't have firearm operation. So their character, they're like hitting R, because as a player, they're saying, I know R is reload as a player, okay? But their character is like, the character's like, I don't know what to do. Let's get Jay 10,000 people as code to get money to make the next MMO after Ashes. Yes, that's the goal. Well, actually, Threather, the goal would be to get 10,000 people to get my code so that I can make $20,000, $30,000 worth of music a month for 12 months. And then the music would make, so you got to make $1 to make the next dollar. How do I make the boomstick work a second time? Exactly. Now people are like, well, how would my character level that? Well, your character could get the training from another character, but it takes time. Like, you want to make every stat relevant? Make every stat relevant. The people who put all their points into strength, dex, and con, and they have an IQ, an intelligence of 3. Here, because I thought about these problems. So people are like, well, you know what would happen is one person in the guild would just take all the cool stuff and teach it to everybody else. Okay, I thought about that. So this is the int 18 character, and this is the int 3 person who didn't have time for no bullshit learning, and they want to learn firearms. They decide that firearms are now prevalent enough in the game, so they want to learn firearms. So, right now, it takes 8 hours real time to teach base 5% skill, right? But int of 3 has 1500% learning penalty because you have an intelligence of 3. So, right? You take 8 hours times 1500%. It takes 120 hours for this person to teach this person 5% of a skill. And the only time that is clicking is when both of those players are online. They don't have to be next to each other. They don't have to be next to each other. But this person's teaching queue is filled for 120 hours of online time when they're both simultaneously online. Now, I know what some people are going to say, well, they're just going to stay logged on so the timer runs. Yeah, that's fine. But think about that. That's 120 hours, right? That's 120 hours. That's 5 full days to teach one person the base 5% level skill of an ability they don't have. How much money do you think you're going to have to pay me? Well, I'll just do it with alts. Sure, do it with alts. You can't stop it anyway. But you're still talking about the person's going to... How do you kill that? Which has no life. Exactly. But do you think the person with the intelligence of 18 is going to be happy about tying up 5 full days of teaching time to the in 3 person? They're going to say, no, man, you go figure that out. Not teaching the dumb noobs. Exactly. I'm not teaching the dumb noobs. I have no interest in doing that. What I want to do is, because remember, while I'm teaching, I'm not learning. So how much are you going to have to pay me in game, material wise? You go be my bitch time, effort wise, for me to tie up 5 days. Because while I'm teaching, I'm not learning. That was somebody asked me, well, won't you just have people no, while you're teaching, you're not learning, and while you're learning, you're not teaching. And then they said, well, what about the people with, what about the inverse of that? What about the inverse? The guy with the strength, the guy with the strength of 18 trying to teach this guy a strength of 3 how to use a club. Because he didn't take club at character creation. It's the same thing. It's the teaching penalty is based on the stat you need. And people are like, well, I can use a club just by going out and doing it. You're right, you can, but you still have to learn the basics. That's why you're learning the first 5% of the skill. You got to go. Well, why can't I just go hit things? Because it's a game and we got to have rules. It's just like the other day we were trying to explain to somebody about combat, and they said, well, players, they said something asinine like players will always do things outside of the rule set. No, players doing things outside of the rule set is called cheating, right? It's called cheating. It's just like it makes no sense in chess that the king can only move one stick, right? One space. It makes absolutely no sense if the king is the most powerful piece on the board that the king can only move one square. But then you have to understand what Constantinople was doing with the idea of the king. A king is not supposed to engage in personal combat. A king is also not supposed to retreat. A king is supposed to reposition. That's why the queen, being the most powerful piece, most powerful and most important. And there you go. There's the distinction. The king is actually the weakest piece, but the most important. The queen is the most powerful piece, but often the most expendable. So, but you get people that don't understand. They're like, well, I don't understand why the king's not the most powerful piece, because that's not what Constantinople was trying to teach his generals. Wait, hold on. I feel yes. Okay. But you know, the thought process there is if the players are breaking the rules, like, sure, you can play, yeah, because of the game rules, exactly. How do I get more intellect? It's only by using the skill point after level up. I'm interested in this game. Dark Raynor, that is and this is all for the game that I designed. So basically, to answer your question, for the game that I designed, once you learn that base skill, because teaching the base 5% skill is always done stat to stat, then it's your learning. So initial skill is stat to stat teaching, one PC to another, and then after that, it's 10%. It's 5% per level, done through repetition, and that's based on your stat. So once you learn the first 5%, no, this is the game that I designed. So you have a 3 intellect. It's gonna take you forever to learn to 10% on your own, and then to 15% on your own. Because you'd be learning on your own at a 3 int, versus the person with 18 int would learn new int based skills infinitely faster with a bonus, because they took 18 points in int. That's I took the flavor of a tabletop game and I added it to a design for an MMO. Kind of going back to EVE Online, kind of going back to Final Fantasy 11. You want to get better with a club. Once you know how to use a club, the only way to get better at a club is hitting things repeatedly. So in Final Fantasy 11, you got 0.1 skill point when you hit something. Well, if you only had 3 strength, you wouldn't get 0.1. You would probably get 0.0, like 0.009 of a hit. Well, you'd have to hit thousands of things to get 5% more in club. But the guy with 18 strength, he's like, oh, I learned how to use a club. Boom. I hit a sheep. You just got 3 skill points in club because your strength is 18. You know how to use a club. Same thing in inverse. You got the guy with 3 strength, or the guy with 18 strength trying to use a pistol. He's like, boom. Reload time is going to take about 75 seconds. How do I do this again? Oh, click. Like, how do I put the bullets in the clip? Your character would literally be struggling. Using the gun, he bang, 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 because that's the easy part. Aim, hitting, accuracy, all that would be changed. But then in the game I designed, you have to have preloaded magazines. You have to sit there. It's a time sink. Well, while you're sitting there bullshitting with your friends on comms, you reload all your magazines. A player with 5 firearms skill would be like bump, bump, bump. You wish your parents luck. They're well, you're supposed to do a shout out with channel points when you want to wish your luck, but I'll do this for you. Wishing Shabuzi's parents luck. They are supposed to be moving into their new house tomorrow, but both have COVID, and the last they heard, the house has not passed final inspection. So I would right now pump the fucking brakes on that deal. If the house hasn't passed final inspection today, closing should move. Closing shouldn't be today or tomorrow. Because obviously closing has to be today or tomorrow for them to move in. If the house hasn't passed inspection, then we shouldn't be anywhere near closing, because people get involved in that shit all the time. They're like, oh, we're closing on the house. What do you mean you're closing on the house? I don't have the final inspection report. You should have the final inspection report 3 days before closing. Are they the ones building it? Oh, okay, that's different. That's different then. That's a different that's a whole different beast. That means they'll close. That means the job's just not done. So they're not getting a purchasing inspection. They're getting they're getting I'm guessing off the cuff, they're getting the local building inspector for the city to give the occupancy permit. If I had to spitball, I guess they don't have their occupancy permit yet, so they can't move in because they don't. Yeah, there we go. That's how. See, Shabuzi, people tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but look at this. Just you give me like one sentence, and I'm able to ferret out like the occupancy permit. You know, that's what we're doing on this show. They don't have power. Oh shit. Okay, so the power company hasn't hooked them up power yet, so the building inspector can't get. Yeah. If the inspection, so what you're talking about there is 2 inspections back to back. They need the inspection for the power company to hit the juice, and then the occupancy permit guy, which will probably be done all at one time, unless of course your local area doesn't do it that way. My local area won't do it that way. You can't get your power, you have to have the certificate for Amarin to come out and do the hookup, and then the occupancy permit guy has to come out separately. With that said, your coworkers in the same boat. They can't get the city to do stuff because COVID. Yeah, I agree. Let's say someone takes the time to learn it. Would you get the No, you Dark Rainer, for the game I designed, to raise your stat points is really, really difficult. Because you have to specifically go through training if you want to raise stat points. With that said, I'm over my show. I got things I got to get done today. I got to order Post-it notes. I got to put some books up on the book. I'll be back on Friday. We're going to do our show on Friday, and then we're going to watch the live stream, and then we're going to finish our show. I'm here on Saturday as well this week. We won 25 skin codes. So you notice on my Discord, I have an events tab. Make sure that you're on my Discord. If you want to know when I'm going live. If you loved all the music you heard today, number 1, it's on Spotify. Number 2, if I could impose on some of you, PGN Music has a YouTube channel. It actually has an official artists channel. If you can go to that PGN Music channel and subscribe, we don't make any money at PGN Music YouTube because we don't have 1,000 subscribers. So this is what I really do need from everybody. Grab that link, share it in your guilds, share it with your friends, share it with your families. Share it with everybody. Grassroots movement. We need to get 1,000 subscribers. That's not costing you any money. That's just click the subscribe button on YouTube. Then we'll start making money on that channel as well. We had a video had over 22,000 views. We made $0 on it because that's how YouTube monetization works. The goal is I'm gonna go stand on somebody's desk and hopefully get my jazz update, and then I'll be here Friday and Saturday. If you guys need me, I'm on my Discord, and until then, stay safe. No COVID. No more COVID. No more COVID for anybody. COVID is canceled. Cancel culture COVID.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off for a spot of tea?